and we just need to adopt our agenda. Would anybody care to make a motion to adopt our agenda?
So moved.
Okay, and sorry, I was off screen. Seconded by Commissioner Sacco. Madam Clerk, you move to a vote on that. Madam Clerk, we have a motion to adopt our agenda.
Hi, Mayor Poe. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. I believe we have Commissioner Ariola and Ward absent at this time, although I do expect them to join the meeting. All right, thank you all very much. Mr. Feldman, I will turn it over to you for an introduction, and then I believe we have a presentation from Chief Jones and with some assistance from his command staff. Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Mayor. So exactly that. So at your July 13th meeting, you asked for us to take a look at really three different points. You asked us to look at how we can reduce nonviolent arrests, how we can reduce incarcerations, and how we can reduce the disproportionate minority contacts that are occurring. And what we'd like to do today is run through a presentation that talks about several different strategies that we've been working on since actually before the July 13th meeting, but really put a lot of time and effort on this and have really thought through how to implement and fast track a lot of these strategies that you've talked about. So I'm going to ask Chief Jones to walk you through the presentation. I think Marie can share the presentation on screen, and we can probably start with the slide called Adult Civil Citation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Chief, take it away.
Yes, on the Adult Civil Citation Program, really I would like to term it as a deflection program with civil citation. At this particular time, we are engaged in hiring a temporary position who I met with Friday, a person that will come in and they will develop an ordinance for this program by October the 30th, 2020, as well as implementation of a structure with procedures and partnership. We anticipate of hiring the complete hiring of our staff by November the 1st of 2020, as well as update our policies and procedures. We feel our staff person will be working with this individual. And then we anticipate going live no later than January 1st of 2021. Our next thing that we're looking at doing is our mental health correspondence program. So that's the next slide. Currently, we have one team mental health person that works with our Gainesville police officer that is assigned. They are paid for by Meridian. We anticipate a federal grant that was submitted by to Meridian that we will be able to acquire a second team possibly in January of 2021. What we are proposing is that we will add 2 additional mental health professionals to be added to complement this first team and hopefully get the second team up by January 2021. This increase of total co-responder teams will bring us to a grand total of 4 if the grant is awarded. Remaining teams pending the grant award will be added by March 2021. So we're looking at by March 2021 to have a grand total of 4 teams that would cover the city of Gainesville. And what we will do is when we start saying when these teams will be deployed, we will of course look at the data that we have accumulated throughout the years and see when the teams are needed the most, and we will deploy those teams at those appropriate times.
All right, thanks, Chief. And if you'd please pause for a question from Commissioner Johnson. I'm not sure if it's on the co-responders or the civil citations. Commissioner Johnson?
It is, thank you. It's about the mental health co-responders. Chief, can you please remind me what a team means? How many people are on a team?
Yes, ma'am. What we have is they will be paired up with a police officer that is CIT trained, and we have an officer that have a desire to work in this particular capacity. And what you'll have is when we say co-responder, police officer, and a mental health professional, they will be working together, and they would respond to those calls for service as well as doing follow-up when individuals have identified individuals that may be neighbors in the community that are in need of these services.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Go ahead, Chief.
Okay. The next slide is our PST program. And under our PST program is one of the things that was voiced at your July 13th meeting was that the name of a police service technician, we wanted to change that particular name. So what we're going to call them is community service technician. We currently have 6 vacancies, and we're working to fill all 6 of them. Since our meeting, we are now down to 5 vacancies. We will expand the types of calls that these community service technicians will handle, and we will create an evening shift or a night shift, if what you would want to call it. They preliminarily will respond to nonviolent investigations and automobile accidents. They will engage in minor crime scene processing and crimes against property, preliminary investigations of automobile and residential burglaries in which the suspect is not present. They'll do traffic direction, assist in special details with pedestrian, such as traffic and sporting events, and assisting in our crime watches when available. The projected date that we will see this evening shift go live is in January of 2021. And the other thing that I think you all mentioned was just the paramilitary type shirt uniform that they have. Even before your July 13th meeting, they wanted to go to a more softer uniform. And so they designed a polo shirt that we felt that met the criteria of identifying them. And so therefore, we're going to go with what they designed. And I think you'll be quite pleased with what they came up with as far as their uniform attire.
Is this, would this be sort of like the code enforcement uniforms?
Very similar, a little bit different, but very similar, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
Yes,
Great.
sir.
Thank you.
Our next is our Community Resource Division. What we did with this is we are freezing 2 police officer positions to hire 2 intervention specialists for the Reichert House. We're modifying an existing outpost contract with the Alachua County School Board to assist in funding teachers' salaries at the Reichert House pending the school board approval, of course. We've reached an agreement with the Housing Authority for Police Officer Service that will also assist in the offset of teachers' salary. So if you don't educate these kids, there's no sense in having the program open. Many of the kids come with great deficits with education, and so therefore it's a critical component of the program. We're with the BOLD program. This is our reentry program. We are converting a manager position which was vacated to an intervention specialist position. and a second bold intervention specialist position. We're using an officer position to fund that and a part-time staff assistant through operational savings. Pending the success of a grant that we had submitted with UF Health, we are also, we have a contract with the Black on Black Crime Task Force. We have 2 interrupters to assist with addressing violent crime activity, but they assist in doing so much more. Last night, they assist with the traffic homicide that we had, and they did a great job with working with the community last night.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Any questions on the community resource portion? I'm just keeping an eye on my participants bar here.
Okay.
Okay, Chief.
I do.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about this grant with UF Health? Is this the first time this grant has been available? And can you just tell me a little bit more about it?
Yes, ma'am. This is the first time that that I'm aware of, Commissioner, that we applied with a grant with the UF Health through the National Institute of Health. Because we know that oftentimes, particularly when you're dealing with the trauma of gunshot victims and stuff like that, they're going to our emergency department. And this is a grant where we're trying to reduce the amount of that through working with individuals within the community. And so, yes, ma'am, this is the first time, and we got our fingers crossed on this one, ma'am.
So the grant has been available, but this is the first time that we've applied for it, is
Yes,
what you're
ma'am.
saying?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
got it.
Yes, ma'am.
I like seeing this. Thank you. This is
Okay.
more
So
of
do I.
this.
So do I, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And we'll find out by when.
We're hoping, sir, the end of this month, as early as
great.
the end of August. If not, that program will go away, but I'm going to look for it's a valuable program. Yes, sir. I'm going to look for other resources.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
All right.
The next program that I would like to discuss is the implementation of differential policing strategies. And sir, this was something that actually came out in the late 80s, early 90s. Birmingham was one of the ones that really they did the study with. And basically what it is, I think you discussed at your last meeting on some calls for service, do you really need a full-fledged police officer to respond to the calls for service? Is there an alternative? And so what we did really 2 years ago was we looked at that strategy and we said, what could we do to meet some of the demands of differential policing strategies to address some of the calls for services to our neighbors? One of the first things we did was look within. We converted 2 temporary positions at the front desk, and we call them TELSERV positions, where we traditionally assigned police officers. We brought 2 non-police officers, regular dress individuals, to begin taking reports at the front desk. We also utilize online reporting and TELSERV for our neighbors to report non-emergency incidents. Increases the number of incidents that can be reported online. And so some of the incidents were harassing phone calls, prepaid credit card scams, thefts under a designated threshold, identity theft, fraudulent use of credit card, retail thefts where the suspects have left the building. What we tried to do was we tried to free up our police officers so they can be available to respond to calls for our neighbors. And we had individuals that met the demands of our neighbors by making sure that we documented these calls for service for later follow-up. This delayed response by our operational units in the past, so they were getting a more immediate response by the phone or by the computer.
All right, thanks, Chief.
Our next step, what we wanted to do, we kept hearing, what are we going to do about community policing? And I have Assistant Chief Scott He's going to give you our next steps of where we're going with community policing in the city of Gainesville. Chief Scott.
Great, good to have you with us, Chief Scott. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager. It's my pleasure to discuss this section because it's something we're very passionate about. The Chief has tasked me with reincorporating community policing and enhancing what we're doing in the police department and providing citizens with the best services that we can at this time. And we just took a practical approach to this. And the first thing that we thought we had to do was to do education and training. So about 3 months ago, I came up with an outline and gave it to the Chief. He had some enhancements for it. We implemented that outline with a work group. We gave that work group an assignment to come back with a curriculum and some training that was not just specific to law enforcement officers, the police department officers, but also to our neighbors. We wanted to make sure that we educated both as to what their roles are, what their expectations are, and really how we should be going about in dealing with issues that are in the neighborhood. So the work group has put together a draft. I've seen a couple of pieces of that. They still have work to do on it. We hope to have that out by the end of this month. Our game plan at this point is to try to get that together and then sit down with some of the community, some of our neighbors, and have our neighbors review it, give us some input, and basically get to a point where we can validate what we're trying to do as far as community policing and make sure we address all the issues that we can at this time as far as how we're going to be policing these neighborhoods. We thought it would be incumbent upon us, if we're talking about community-oriented policing, that we involve the community into how we're going to do the education and training component. So once we get their input, we will take that information, incorporate it into our curriculum, come up with our training, and we will institute our training beginning in October and try to complete it by December 2020. And that's primarily for the officers. We will have some community groups, neighbors that we will incorporate into that in that time frame. But we're trying to make sure our officers are prepared for our move to a full philosophy for department-wide community-oriented policing. The next step that we have would be to redistrict. We're looking at changing the configuration of our districts and zones. I believe personally that the zones are too large to be effective for community policing. We also want to get away from the east-west dynamic and think it would be more prudent for us to have a north-south breakdown as far as the districts go. So we look at redistricting and hope to have that completed by November 2020. Continued upon that is, subsequent to that rather, is the shift assignments. This is where we will assign, each officer will be assigned to a zone, and that will be their permanent zone. That will be where that officer works every day. The logic behind that, again, as far as community-oriented policing, problem-oriented policing, is that they are familiar with the people that they're serving, and the people that they're serving are familiar with them. The logic is that if you have to see these folks every day that you go to work, you're going to try to make sure that you have a good work environment. You're going to develop relationships and be positive in that development of relationships. And communication is key, and make sure that we have good communication between the neighbors and the officers, and so that we lessen the opportunity for miscommunication and have some type of conflict. We are also looking at once make the shift assignments. The officers, I think 2/3 of what we gave them as far as the outline is about community engagement, neighborhood engagement. We want these officers, once they have their assignments, to start reaching out to the community that they'll be serving and developing those liaisons, those partnerships, those relationships, letting folks know that they'll be working there, utilizing different methods of communication like Zoom, in-person engagement contacts. We expect our officers, once we start with community policing, to literally take the time to stop by and check out and maybe walk the neighborhood and talk with folks. And they may do that for an hour or two based on call availability. But the expectation is that they will get to know the people in their community and the people will get to know them. And again, we hope to begin that in November once the assignments are made for the zones. We will transition then to the partnership resource development, which is ongoing. We want our officers to be a resource. It's not everything that we engage in, and we do a lot of it now. It's not formalized, but officers sometimes make contact with other agencies, other community builders about issues that are not law enforcement specific. It may be assisting someone with a job. It may be assisting someone with mental health counseling. We want to make sure that people know that we have a list of the resources that are available to them, that if someone is in need of food, someone is in need of shelter, someone is in need of mental health assistance, substance abuse assistance, we will have a document or a information which will allow us to put them in contact with these resources. And if we need to develop other resources, we'll do that as well in partnership with our community and with the other community partners that we have. Our plan at this point is to have all of this implementation completed in the first quarter of 2021. And that's, again, contingent upon how COVID goes. That's a dynamic we can't really lock down at this point. But our goal is to have everything in place by the first quarter of 2021.
Okay, thanks, Chief Scott. And you do have a couple hands up for some questions here. And so we'll start with Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Chief Scott.
Good morning.
Do you currently have the mount unit and the bicycle unit? And if so, will you incorporate that into the community engagement portion of this?
We do not currently have a mounted unit. We had one previously. It is something that I favor. We have to get our staffing to the point where we could accommodate that, but that's not something that we'll have in the next year. So we just don't have the staffing for it, and it takes a lot of training to get it put into place. The bicycle, I don't think we have a dedicated bicycle unit at this point. We have some officers that can ride bikes, and we send officers quite frankly to a school to learn how to ride a bike in a patrol in a manner that's used in police services. But we would, depending on, and this is the concept that we have with community policing, is that each area will sit with the officers and identify how they want to be policed. What services do they want from the police? If they want officers on bicycles there, then we'll work it out so that those officers will occasionally ride a bicycle through there. We may get to the point where we have staff sufficient to actually, I don't want to call them a bike squad, but have a group that's dedicated to riding a bike so many times a week. We had that previously and had them ride through the neighborhoods. We think that's a good contact. Anytime you can get the officer out of the car and have them on either foot or on a bike or on horses, they're more approachable and they have more interactions with the community. So those are some enhancements that we'll look at in the future.
Okay, thank you, because I know in the past they were very effective. So I would like to see us try to initiate that at some point.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mayor.
We definitely will.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Scott, how does the use of body cams intersect with this model of community policing that we have? Are we going to have any policy around the use of body cams if someone is just having a conversation with a police officer on the street?
Yeah, I mean, if we're just having a normal contact, there's really no need for us to have the camera activated. It's only when we're conducting an official investigation,
okay,
or we're engaged in some activity that might require us to act under the color of law that we may have to take some action. But that's the intent. I mean, if we don't turn the camera on when we're talking to one another, or if we're in a meeting, sometimes a public meeting, we don't have. That's something we have to, particularly once we get the cameras in for all of us, I mean, that means the chief on down, all of us will be wearing cameras, and it may not be appropriate for us to have this on when we're in certain meetings. But anytime we take police action, it needs to be on, or we think we might have to take police action, we need to have it on.
I think that there is the intent, and then there's also what the perception might be. So I think that it will be important to educate the community about, you know, if you're just having a conversation with someone, we're not going to turn the body cam on. So
yeah, there's an overt action. I mean, for us to turn the camera on, we actually, other than the automatic activations, which are connected to the weapons, we have to touch it. We have to really tap it and to turn it on. And you know, you'll see an officer do this, and that means it's being recorded. But typically, we don't do that if we're having just a regular citizen contact. That's not something that we would do. And we'd be more than happy to educate the public on that.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's a good line of thought, Commissioner Johnson. And so obviously that falls under, you know, this first portion, education and training. And, you know, then, you know, I think as part of, you know, as you develop this, Chief Scott, there being an explicit policy for how we train the folks, mainly officers, but also community service technicians that might have these, that if they are going to turn them on, that they announce that. Just like there's protocols for announcing other things, just so anybody knows that is the case. Just so there's consistency and when they're used and not used, and that people, you know, fully know, you know, if something is being recorded or not. But that's something that y'all can work out between now and.
That's something we'll work out, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. And I'm guessing there are plenty of other departments that already have these
Yes.
in place, and there's lots. We don't have to reinvent the wheel here. So
That is correct.
y'all to come back with something that fits Gainesville well, that's already being used out there and shown to be effective.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. All right, please continue, Chief.
Okay. The next is, matter of fact, is the body worn camera. And I think the city manager said he was going to discuss on this one.
Yeah, as the commission knows, you had a lengthy discussion about it on last Thursday, so we are proceeding as voted on by the commission. And you know, just on the last point too, is we have 107 body cameras in place. We have a policy that I think is working right now, so we don't see any major changes to that policy with regard to how we interact with neighbors and folks out there. We're not getting any complaints about being recorded without knowledge and things along that line. So we'll review the policy to make sure it's consistent with the commission's expectations on privacy. But I have not heard a rash of issues since I've been here.
I have an eye.
107. And then I think our next slide is back to the Police Advisory Council. And as the commission knows, at your July 13th meeting, you asked for us to look at revising the ordinance for the PAC to make it an advisory board appointed by the city commission. We've been working with the city attorney's office. We have a draft of that ordinance that we've been working on, and our intent is to present it to the commission on September 3rd for first reading.
Okay.
And next, Marie, I think we're going to talk about policies.
Policy changes, and at this particular time, I would there have been several policy changes, and I will ask Inspector Campos to explain three of the ones that I think you're most interested in.
Yes, sir. So good morning, commissioners, mayor. We have three that we've highlighted here. They were the ones that specifically addressed a lot of the issues that have come up in the community over the last couple of months. Many of our policies and our procedures encompassed a lot of what the community was asking for, but did not expressly state it in our policy. So we've gone back and put that in there. So the arrest, use of force, and duty to intervene policies were modified to put that in there so people can see that. In addition, as you know, we're going through accreditation. We have a total of 21 policies that have been modified over the last few months as part of that process. That process compares our policies to the industry standards for law enforcement throughout the country. And it also requires us to not only show that our policies are in compliance, but that we're in compliance with our own policies by providing proofs to the commission to show that we are actually walking the walk. We're not just talking the talk. We've had our on-site our on-site assessment and our remote assessment done, and we will be going before the commission in the fall to hopefully get our accreditation. Everything looks good, but this is also an annual process. It's not every 2 years or every 3 years. So the assessors have access to our policies and our proofs year round to make sure that we are complying with them. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Anybody questions on these changes? Okay, thanks, Inspector Campos.
Okay, the next slide is the transfer of funds to other departments. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, one of the things that we try to do is streamline the Gainesville Police Department. And what we try to look at is duplicative efforts that we may have that is also an effort that the city of Gainesville, which we are part of, that may be doing. So one of the things that we looked at is our fleet manager position. Perf about 4 years ago indicated that this is one that we should probably transfer out. And so we're going to transfer the funding for that position and to our City of Gainesville Fleet Department Transportation and Mobility. So that's $63,820. And we basically is going to return the sworn officer position to our operations department. We also looked at our IT department, where we have 5 individuals that are assigned to help with our IT departments internally within the Gainesville Police Department. So what we're going to do, they will remain with the Gainesville Police Department, but the management function will be transferred to the City Technology and Information Department. Again, we're doing this just to streamline our operations.
Okay, thanks, Chief. I will actually pause for a sec, Chief. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, is that common to have the IT positions in the City Technology and Information Department throughout the country, or is this something that we're doing?
It varies. I've seen some agencies that maintain it just within themselves because of the specialties that law enforcement agencies have. And then I've seen some agencies that it is collectively part of an ongoing larger government, be it our city or a county.
Well, will this compromise anything by the transfer?
What I've gathered thus far, no, because they're going to stay, the ones that we have here would remain here. Now, if we're bringing somebody external in because of some of the sensitive databases that we have, they would have to have clearance by the United States government in the state of Florida to access certain delicate information.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Feldman, you want to get in on this?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
The next slide is the history of sworn to civilian changes. We've been doing this for the last 5 years. 5 years ago, the Gainesville Police Department had 311 sworn positions. Throughout the years, we have deleted 2 sworn from the dignity grace positions, and that brought it down to 309. We deleted 5 sworn positions, and we added 5 PST positions, which brought it to 304. We deleted 5 sworn positions from North Florida Regional Hospital contract, and that brought it down to 299. We deleted 1 sworn position, and we added 1 information technology person. That brought it to 298. We deleted 1 sworn position, and we added a civilian accreditation manager, which we're advertising for right now. That brings it to 297. Current proposal will delete 8 officers. We will reduce sworn positions to 289 officers. And so that would result in a 7% reduction since 2015.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
When we get to the budget, I'll let Mr. Feldman comment on that slide.
So we're at the budget, and I think the 2 things I want to highlight is this is a revenue neutral proposal, so we're operating within the resources that we have budgeted for fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21. But the second is, and I've shared this with everybody before, we are going to make a lot of temporary employees permanent in this process. Traditionally, programs like the Reichert House and BOLD and interrupters and intervention specialists and all the key parts of being a progressive police department have been funded through salary savings. And that's a practice we can't sustain because eventually we will be at full staffing on there. So this process that we've gone through over the last several weeks has been centered around determining which temporary positions need to be permanent positions and building those into our budget proposal. So this morning, I don't know that we are going to be looking for a motion to do anything. We will be building these proposals into our fiscal year 21 final budget submission, which will be ultimately heard by the commission in September at your 2 public hearings. But we wanted to share with you the direction that we're proceeding based upon the commission's goals that you set at the July 13th meeting and the strategic plan, which you adopted at the August 6th meeting the other day. So I think we've got a good plan forward. We're looking to get some further comment from the commission and our neighbors today to make sure that we're on the right track, and then we'll be proceeding. You'll notice that there's a lot of items that we're going to do, and we've attached dates to these, which is important because we just didn't want to tell you we're going to be working on it. We put some deadlines in there for ourselves. Not saying we're going to be able to meet all of them, but those are our anticipated go live dates with programs, and we're going to push hard to make it all happen.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Thank you, Chief Jones, Chief Scott, Inspector Campos, all of you for participating. I've got one quick question, then I'll turn to the commission, and then we'll turn it over to Larry to hear from our neighbors on these particular proposals. And I think actually, Maria, if you could take the screen share down, that will help me so I can see everybody again. Beautiful, thank you. Chief, if my memory serves me correctly, which is not always a given, we will begin the new crime statistics reporting system or standards January 1st of this coming year?
Yes, sir. We were, the federal government, to the best of my knowledge right now, you're talking about NIBRS, is unrelenting. They are saying that we must begin this reporting cycle at that time.
Right, okay. So, you know, what's important sort of builds on what the city manager was just saying. I mean, we've got to have accountability. We've got to have dates that we're going to, you know, have things done by. But, so what y'all presented to us today are the kind of discrete steps to achieve a goal. The goal and what you started out with, Chief, is, we want fewer people to go to jail. We want fewer people to be arrested. We want less. We want to reduce disproportionate minority contact. These are the goals, and so we measure all that. And what we're going to hopefully see 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, is a reduction in all of those things.
Yes, sir.
At the same time, we're switching over to a new reporting system, and you warned us, for a while that it's going to look like stats are going up because we're counting things differently than we had before.
Yes,
so,
sir.
I'm just going to say in the first year of this implementation, which it's sounding like it's going to be about 3/4 of a fiscal year. I know it's more work on your all's end, but I want to compare apples to apples. And so I want to see, as these new policies and new, some of these are things we've been doing, we're formalizing them. Others are completely new, and I'll be with you in a second. I want to compare where we are a year from now using the same reporting system that we are today, knowing full well that we're going to change reporting systems in January. And so that'll be our point in time in January of 21, how are we doing with these things in January of 23 or, August of 25 or whatever. Do you see what I'm saying, Chief? Like there's going to be.
The state is going to allow you to do both. You can still use the standard UCR, but the feds are going to say that you will use NIBRs. And sir, what you got to do is a balanced approach. And when I say a balanced approach, you have to pinpoint your policing strategy. What Acting Chief, Assistant Chief Lonnie Scott was referring to with community policing and seeing what are the problems and getting to the root causes of the problems. But you're going to have to identify your areas and individuals that are responsible. You have to put your prevention part in, but you're also going to have to put in the part where you're addressing those particular issues that have been identified by your neighbors as well. So it's a combination. I've been speaking with chiefs around the nation. Can't go anywhere right now because of COVID, but I have been speaking with some of my colleagues around the nation, and what I'm hearing is that you're going to have to do a balanced approach to do it. But we will have the opportunity to see where we stand with the UCR standards, which we are currently judged by, as well as with the NIBR standard.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I knew you'd be all over that, but it's there's going to be I think a more focused lens on us over the next several years to make sure that the outcomes are matching the intentions.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
The only way to do that is through data, not anecdote.
Yes,
okay, thank you again, all who have been working through this over the last several weeks. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the city manager, chief, and all the command staff. I really do appreciate the hard work you put in these proposals. I'm supportive of the proposals put forward. I do have some questions and some other things I'd like to bring up. One of them is on our policy for the purchase of military surplus gear and vehicles and such. I know we've done that in the past, and most recently we talked about it with the helicopter. What is our policy on the purchase of military surplus through kind of the military grant program, or even just in general?
What we have did in the past is that we look at what is available that is out there. Generally, if we have to purchase stuff, we generally, and I got the inspector there that can tell you a little bit more about it, we purchase stuff brand new because we find a lot of stuff is obsolete that is out there. If we do find that there is something that we need and we need it, and it's at a reasonable price, then we may go in and do it. But a lot of stuff that we purchase new. Correct me if I'm wrong, Inspector.
That's correct, Chief. We don't have a specific policy regarding that. We do have some military items that we have purchased in the past that we are currently using, some weapons that we've purchased. And I know that it's been brought to the commission before regarding armored vehicles and the vehicles that we use, the types, et cetera. Every time that this comes up, if we're considering something along those lines, we have to have a larger discussion because there's generally a need. I know there's a continual need, especially for our specialty units. There are several calls a year that we respond to where the use of a vehicle that is constructed in such a way to protect the occupants from some of the high-powered weaponry that we go against is a necessity, and those vehicles tend to look more militaristic than they do everyday vehicles. So that's something that we constantly are balancing. The last purchase that we made for such a vehicle does stop certain weaponry, but it doesn't stop all. And unfortunately, in our environment, we see all different types of weapons. So that's something that we constantly have to balance. But a lot of the stuff that we've obtained most recently from that surplus have been things that have benefited. They're not weapons or anything like that. It could be desk furniture for different programs. It could be other electronic devices. I know that the Riker House has been the beneficiary.
That's what I was just going to say.
Equipment.
Pots and pans.
Right. So yeah, stuff like that. We haven't purchased weapons, or the last vehicle that we purchased was several years ago, and we have not gotten anything. But on the horizon too, I know that there's some things moving through Congress that will severely limit the availability of these items anyway. So that may be resolved once those bills are passed.
Thank you. I would like for us the commission to consider putting a restriction on ourselves from purchasing military weaponry and maybe vehicles and things like that, just to kind of protect us for the future of not kind of going the military route. Or expected campos, you're right, they're like our SWAT vehicles and stuff like that, but there are SWAT vehicles that are designed for police too that aren't military and need to stop a mine from exploding and things like that. And I would rather us go with those more police designed vehicles than the military vehicles. One other question, and this somewhat ties to this, but is civil forfeiture and the takings of properties of people who have not been convicted of a crime but may have been arrested for that. What is our general policy? I know we've used that money for things. What is our policy right now on civil forfeiture in terms of the rest, or do we give it back if they are found not guilty or never actually charged? What is kind of our policy in terms of civil forfeiture?
Those things would have to be resolved in the courts. If you hold something, you can't just hold somebody's property and just take it and claim it like that. Those matters you have to really fill out the form, and then it has to go through a court hearing, sir.
It has to go through a court hearing, but that person doesn't have to be found guilty though, correct?
When you go through the court hearing, they have to determine whether those proceeds were derived by the sale or some type of illegal activity before it will be deemed held by the agency that is requesting that those properties are illegal begotten.
It's a separate process.
Yes, it's separate. It's not like it used. And I got our legal advisor on. Lee, could you explain that to him?
Yes. Mayor and Commissioner, the civil forfeiture process is totally separate in the criminal case. And the way the Florida legislature has set that process up is that there's an expedited time frame to do a civil forfeiture, and it's got to go through the court process. Exactly. So when law enforcement seizes, say, money from somebody, we have to get an initial court order within 10 days of the date we took the money, where the court says, yes, you've shown probable cause to go forward with the case and hold on to it. And then we have to actually complete the forfeiture unless the defense or the person who owns the money requests continuances. within, I think it's 60 days. The criminal case, the information, the charging document, the formal charging document doesn't have to be filed for 90 days. So the civil forfeiture case under Florida law is resolved 99.9% of the time before the criminal case is resolved. So once that process goes through and there's a hearing or stipulation or agreement, however, the court enters a final order, it doesn't matter what happens on the criminal case, criminal side. They're two separate cases completely. It's kind of, there's no double jeopardy. It's totally separate. So if we go through the court proceeding and we have to do it expedited through the Florida statutes, the way it's set up, then there's, it doesn't matter whether they're convicted of a crime or not.
Yes, and that's my worry. And I guess, and this doesn't have to be done. I don't want us to take over this conversation, but I do want that something that are for us to consider in the future of how we do that, or giving back the civil the items if they are found not guilty or things like that.
Well, it's not arbitrary either. We still have to prove that it was proceeds from criminal activity.
Exactly.
So that is part of the whole.
That's what I was saying earlier. You still have to prove that it was proceeds for the illegal activity, sir.
On the civil citation and on another point, civil citation deflection. So we have the funding that came from the county. Looks like they're going to fund the central receiving facility, which would be a kind of I think a good component of the civil citation and deflection portion of kind of that program. Is there any timeline on that? Do we know of, or Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you've had conversations, or Mr. Manager, on if that is funded by the county and the city, or funded by the county as well, if that actually could be stood up?
So I'll take
It can happen very quickly. We had a meeting last summer with, and Hutch was there, and it was, Claudia Tuck from the county was in that meeting as well. But basically, Meridian has the plans drawn up for it. I mean, they're sort of ready to, when they get funding, they're ready to move forward as soon as the funding is available and released. I think the bigger lift, and what Hutch and I need to work on over the next few months here, is figuring out the operational side of things, because that's about $1 million a year, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, depending on some Medicaid funding that they think they can get. And so that, I would say that's the barrier. It's not the actual, because I don't know. I would recommend going out there. Any of the commissioners going out to Meridian and just walking the property. And if you haven't had a chance to really have a good conversation with the new executive director, that'd be a good opportunity as well. But if you know Meridian, it's just kind of off their back side there of their main facility. They're just going to build that out a little bit and reconfigure some of the interior space that's already there. It's not a complex project. So yeah, it could probably be done, within a year, at least, if we can figure out the operational side. Lee, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I mean, the capital is, a relatively simple equation, but it still has to get approved by the county commission through their budget. So that will occur in September.
Okay. So another question on the civil citation and deflection aspect is the issues we've had with the state attorney on them not even wanting to be involved in the process and saying they're going to kind of trying to stop us from doing certain things in the past. We will have a new state attorney no matter what, and hopefully there are some changes there. But one of the requests was on standing up a city prosecution office, and I don't see anything in this. Does the city attorney have anything on, or in the backup here on a city prosecution office and standing that up? Ms. Shalley?
Shalley, can we get an update on that?
No, we've not done any work on that.
Okay. So that would be something I would like for us to continue from the commission's last direction, was to look into the city prosecution office and have information come back on that, because I do think it may be one of the missing pieces that we need to implement reforms. Two more things. I'm sorry for taking this. The community service technician. I'm glad we're making that change, but I know we did vote on it last time, but I do think we should maybe look at the name of it again. Community service is kind of defined by volunteer work. And my worry that they may see community service technician and they may think that they're a volunteer or something like that, and they actually are not paid. And I that's just kind of looking at it is, may want to look at maybe community something and not community service, because like kind of community service does have a definition of volunteerism, and that may give the wrong direction to people who are coming there.
Okay.
One other thing is on is lastly, and Commissioner Simmons briefly spoke about it, but kind of the bicycle unit, but looking we had it in the downtown area, but as our downtown area and our homeless population, and we have kind of the mental health aspect of it, but we don't have something kind of, there's areas that are outside mental health too, more on the social worker side and things like that, and helping to kind of work with our homeless population. I think this is something that's beyond GPD, and I think GPD is just a part of it. But I think if we do just go down the path of just having GPD, I think we'll have more issues. That's why I think it needs to be a more interdepartmental and intergovernmental kind of way to solve it. But what does a city manager kind of have on helping in that area, or is it bringing forward a partnership of someone from Grace and the veterans and mental health and GPD and GFR and codes, and helping to kind of have a homeless outreach team to help kind of move towards decriminalizing and not having housing in our community, and helping people get the services they need?
So that's a big question. One of your strategic priorities for us to work on is homelessness, and candidly, we don't have a intergovernmental plan right now. As you've heard me speak in the past, Gainesville does more from a municipal standpoint than most any city in the state of Florida, since this has traditionally been a county function, social services. So, we need to really figure out how we partner with the county and get on the same page as to what the solutions are. Certainly, permanent supportive housing is the best alternative, but there needs to be stuff in between, and we really don't have that. And there's really no ownership of this issue countywide. If you remember the discussion from last week on the electoral cares money, where we tried to get a bigger portion based upon the point in time count, which the county indicates 95% of the county's homeless is inside the city of Gainesville, they still chose to allocate where the county gets most of the money. And we only get a little less than half of that. Until we recognize that or get the county to recognize that the problem's here, and either they help fund it from our standpoint or they take a more active role, it's going to continue to be disjointed. But we will work with the resources we have on there. Clearly the two strategies that GPD has talked about today, the mental health professionals being teamed, my understanding is, and Chief can correct me if this is inaccurate, but when they are not handling active calls, they are working with outreach to the homeless community and trying to get them from a mental health standpoint. But the second piece is going to be, as Chief Scott indicated, through our community policing effort, having the same officers working in the same zones and having the resources and being trained on what resources are available for our vulnerable populations, not just the homeless, but all the vulnerable populations, will allow us to not divert, but to send those resources to those individuals. So GPD, I think, is focused on that. We need to come up with more city programs, and we've got to bring the county in as a player.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, sir. So just kind of going back to the military gear and any acquisitions of military surplus or military style equipment, my understanding is we need it for only certain occasions where entering the situation our officers might be at risk because we have a Second Amendment in this country. And that has very few limitations. If anybody has assault rifles that could pierce through our regular police officer vehicles or the glass or the general equipment. It's not the everyday gear. There's nobody out there taking hits on GPD officers, so it's not the norm. It's when you have an operation that you're going to initiate. I think back to domestic violence, when I worked in domestic violence, where the survivor would say, well, I know my husband has like 20 different assault rifles. If you're gonna go with me to the house to pick up my stuff, we're gonna need more gear. That's the kind of situation where we have this. It's not, to go arrest someone at the mall for shoplifting.
That is correct.
Okay. I would also like to echo Commissioner Hayes Santos and Commissioner Simmons on the bicycle option. Even though I myself do not know how to ride a bicycle, I could see the benefits of having bicycle. I see the mayor laughing at me. The benefits of having bicycle officers, because there are times, and I've heard it as we have this conversation about defunding the police and what do our police actually do for our community. A comment I have heard a lot is, well, the cop just sits in his car in air conditioning and he just sits there all day. What is he actually doing? I think, and I know they do so much more while they're in the vehicle, but I think having bike officers would make them more accessible, just more open to the community, especially in downtown areas, or maybe in other neighborhoods. And I don't know if there's a way to make like a hybrid officer that could have the option of, I don't know what you actually keep in the trunk of the vehicle, but if there could be an option to kind of dismount and be on bicycle while you're in the neighborhood, and then if need be, you have the car nearby. But I think, I would be more comfortable approaching an officer on a bicycle than in like going up to an officer in their car, or having an officer drive up to me in their car, because that's inherently scary for some folks, just anxiety inducing. Whereas on a bicycle, you don't feel, you can't throw me in the back of the bicycle and take me off to the station. Maybe I'm little, but the average person.
I have Assistant Chief Scott tell you about that, but we have bicycle racks that we attach to the bicycle to the car, and he'll tell you what we used to do. Assistant Chief Scott?
We recently purchased, I think, 12 new bikes in the last year. And when we get our staffing up, is to allow the officers to put those racks on the back of the bikes and to go to that areas and use those. We used to use them primarily downtown, the Porter's area, Center City area, high population density areas. And when we come back to our community-oriented policing approach and problem-oriented policing approach, we will reincorporate that, but that will be something that we sit down with the citizens in the respective neighborhoods and come up with a game plan for. It's easier for us to do it in high density areas where we have more officers, as opposed to a larger area, and particularly the way the zones are constructed now, it's a little more difficult. But our game plan is, and they have the bikes available, is just making sure that we have the staffing, because if an officer's down on the bike and we have to pull them to go to a call, let's say 6 miles away, or an emergency call, they can't get back to the vehicle in time. So we have to make sure that we have enough staffing to be able to accommodate that. But we are fully supportive of people of officers being on the bicycles, and we will have them out there on bicycles.
That makes sense. Okay. I'm trying to think if there was another one. No, I think we covered my main points on military gear, but I do agree that I kind of want some kind of policy from us about, just even if it's a redundant statement that we do not purchase weapons, because I know we probably don't. You said we don't. Just a kind of redundant in writing, like we do not do this. And I think it fits with the goals and direction of our city and our image of Gainesville, where we just state very bluntly on paper, we do not purchase weapons. What we do purchase is this type of surplus equipment. And I think that's something that we should consider as a body. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I have a new post-COVID goal for you and I. You're gonna be on my next ride with the mayor. So we've got a few months to learn how to do that. I'm excited. This is gonna be fun for both of us. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Jones, Assistant Chief Scott, Inspector Campos, thank you, and everyone who worked on this, Mr. Manager, everyone who put a tremendous amount of time into this. And thank you to my colleagues for asking a lot of very good questions. I appreciate you all spending some time with, I assume, each of us over the last couple of weeks going through this so that we could ask questions privately as well. Regarding the surplus military equipment, going a little bit farther than Commissioner Sacco's very good recommendation of a stated policy of what we do and what we don't buy as military surplus equipment. If we could explain, just have a one sheet, a web page somewhere that explains why we would buy the things that we buy, not only why, but when we buy these things, here's how much money we save if we buy them through this program as opposed to buying them otherwise.
We can do that.
Just an explainer, because what happens otherwise is people go through, very legitimately go through a public record and produce lists of things that we've bought from military surplus, and that gets whatever spin that is possible, and it's frightening. It makes people very uncomfortable, and rightly so. So that's why I think telling the story is what I always fall back to. That's what if we're doing something that makes folks uncomfortable, either we should stop it or we should find a way to tell the story so that it's understandable. And so that people can be comfortable with it, or at least understand it well enough to say, you know what, I appreciate you explaining it to me, but I'm still not comfortable with it. So if we could work on something like that, that would be really useful to me and to, I think, a lot of our neighbors. I love bike patrol. I think that's very useful, and any way we can work on re-implementing that is a positive thing. I also like the term community service technician. But I'm open to anything. I would, what I don't like is, I don't say I don't like, what I think can be improved is police service technician. So if we move away from police service technician to something else, that's positive. I, again, am comfortable with CST, but if that doesn't work, fine. Something that makes it more community oriented to the person hearing it, I think is good. In that same vein, I love the idea of a different uniform for PST, CSTs, whatever it is. And I wonder if we could apply that same thinking to SROs. In my conversations with SROs, the ones that I asked about this idea were very comfortable with downsizing their gear in the schools. And I would like us, we don't need to have a conversation about it, I guess, but I would like you to think more about how we present the SROs. If they're in body armor in school, it feels different to everybody, including them. If they're in polos that are still uniform, but are accessible and regular people clothes, I think it makes everybody feel better and differently about what they're doing. So just a few thoughts, I guess. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. So just in case that folks are kind of logging support for some of what my colleagues said, I agree with most of what Commissioner Hayes Santos said, actually all of it. And Harvey, that's a fantastic idea about the school resource officers and changing the uniform. And I'm also in support of increasing or reinstating a bike patrol. And I love that I work with such smart, thoughtful people. Something else I'd like to mention is, I know that we were starting to have this discussion around youth services when we were going through the Reichert House audit. And I know that you all had taken a trip to Alabama to understand how they kind of dealt with that. I'm wondering where the discussion is right now, because overall my question is, and it is absolutely a question that I think we should explore, is do youth services, do they belong in the police department? And under youth services, that would mean Reichert House, that would mean Bold, that would mean, SROs. I think that we need to think about kind of youth services more holistically as a city. And I'm really just wondering what the answer to that question is. What are some of the models that other people, that other municipalities have used, successful ones? Where are we with that discussion? And also, one more thing before you answer is that I've heard the pros and cons, and I'd love to know what the pros and cons are. And I also understand that there might be even an opportunity for additional funding if we were to do something a little bit differently, and fundraising, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm going to say that I 100% believe that the city needs to continue to fully support programs like the Reichert House and Bold, and they even need to be expanded. My question is, where does that responsibility lie? And could there be more kind of interdepartmental coordination with that? Or even or even starting a youth services program? I know that we've been having discussions around that in multiple areas of the city. So where are we with that?
So those are questions that we've been asking internally as well. And where I've come down right now in terms of a recommendation to the commission is that we keep Reichert House and Bold. And Bold is not a youth program. It's more of a 21 and over type of program.
Is that true?
But
when I go to the graduations, they are not 21 and up.
They are a program for ex-offenders or individuals that have been in the criminal justice system. They will take individuals that are below the age of 21, but some of them have been deemed adults by the court system. And so therefore they could not fit into the Reichert House system. They are deemed adults, and so they will go into the Bold program.
So the Reichert House is mainly for youth?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And my thought right now, having looked at this as the new person in the discussion, has been that the Reichert House is so integrated into the philosophy of GPD in terms of dealing with at-risk youth and diverting them from the criminal justice system, that I'm apprehensive about trying to move them anywhere else, because I don't think anywhere else within the city structure could support them in such a way where they would get the resources and the attention that they need. Looked at the idea of potentially standing up a youth services department, but the overhead that would be involved in setting up another department doesn't, to me, bring anything addition to the table on there. So it's certainly a discussion we can have in the future. But right now, I would strongly advocate that we keep Reichert House where it is. With regard to SROs, they are police officers. They short of creating 2 police departments in the city, they need to report operationally to the chief because of the way law enforcement works in this state. So as long as the city is providing SROs to the schools, they need to be part of GPD.
What? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm done. Mm-hmm.
What kind of other services do you, off the top of your head, does the city provide for youth?
Recreation.
We have camps. We have
recreation. I mean,
recreation. Yeah. So, we've been having this discussion on the commission about youth services. And to me, it feels like a bulk of the attention and the funding, which should still be there. I'm not advocating that it should be any different in terms of the amount of funding. But when we as a city are focused on our youth services, the bulk of our youth services is focused in the police department. I wonder what kind of message that is sending to our community. So, just a question. Yeah.
So I'd push back a little bit. So we on that, Reichert House deals with 100 or so kids on there, and these are at-risk kids. I think we do a lot for youth all over the city, and the numbers aren't in the hundreds; they're in the thousands. On there through our other programs. So I'd push back to say that the bulk of our youth services are within GPD. What is in GPD is dealing with at-risk children to keep them out of the criminal justice system on there. And I think that's two different types of things. After-school programs, it needs to be done in partnership with the school board. And that's where bulk of our activity still continues on the recreation side.
Yeah. I think that I have a different frame of mind when it comes to this, so we can disagree on this, Lee, but if we had the support systems in place for our youth, which weren't necessarily housed or connected to a police department, then we wouldn't need an at-risk, specifically an at-risk program that's housed in our police department. So what I'm really thinking of is where I want to see the direction I want to see our city head in, not like where we are right now or incremental steps. Like I want to see systems and departments and mindset and culture being changed so that we have the support systems in place at every level to support our youth. And I appreciate all the work that Chief Jones has done, because it's important work that is keeping us on the path, but there needs to be more support and there needs to be more attention. And it doesn't just need to be in the police department. It needs to be everywhere. So I'll leave that piece alone. 3, I would love to get a report every month about the arrests that we're making. If we can just make that kind of a Commissioner Johnson, or if you want to send us the entire commission gets a report about the arrests that we've been making, that would be ideal.
Commissioner, can I just ask what type of information?
I'm going to ask you, what would you like to include in the report, Commissioner?
I want to know who's being taken to jail.
Okay.
And why they're being taken to jail. That's what I want to know.
Okay.
And I think that this is a good start. I'd like to know the police advisory board. How many folks did you decide are going to be on the police advisory board?
So we haven't decided that conclusively. I mean, that'll be a decision point that the commission could
okay.
Change. But I think the number was 11, I believe, was the final number that we were going to put into the ordinance.
You all will have the final say so.
Okay. And at the September, I think you said 8th discussion, are we then going to be having a more robust discussion around what the Police Advisory Board is going to be charged with?
Yes, ma'am. You'll have an ordinance, and on first reading, you can amend it.
Okay.
Vote it down, vote it up, table it.
Okay. Okay, great. Because my next thought was that this is a really good start, but the work is going to need to be continued. So I'm wondering what that process looks like. Is it within the Police Advisory Board? Where does this discussion around police reform that we're having, how does it continue?
I would imagine it continues on multiple fronts.
Mm-hmm.
We've asked the Police Advisory Board, and I'm guessing this will carry over to the new composition, to look at many things. And so I think, Commissioner Johnson, that's one area where a lot of work will be done, and a big part of that will be a lot of sort of community dialogue. I imagine the newly constituted advisory board, whether it's post-COVID or during our current circumstances, working with our staff to reach out to as many people in the community as possible to see what their needs are and what their expectations are in these areas that we've laid out to them, and then start bringing those recommendations back. And some, you've been around long enough to know that sometimes recommendations are quick and simple to get in place, and other times they take a lot more work. And so I'm sort of, I don't want to wait till there's like everything's been answered and done by them. But as things are ready, they come back and we have a discussion, we move forward. So that's how I'm seeing this.
Thanks. And I have one more question. Does GPD ever contract with private security firms?
Yeah, we are bidding out one right now. Yes.
Okay. And what do they do?
They are assigned to specific areas. I think we're bidding out one. Chief Scott, you want to tell which one we're bidding out one for?
Yeah, we had them working in the early morning hours in the downtown area, as well as out along Northeast 8th Avenue across from the rec center. I know they also do some services, not for us, but they were doing some service at Thomas Center at one point.
The Thomas Center. Okay. Is there any, why is my question. Do you not have enough sworn officers to do this, or?
That's it. A lot of times when you're saying specific attention that they're going to need just there, did not have enough sworn officers.
Correct.
Okay, so if you'll just repeat for me when they're used in the early morning hours downtown?
Primarily early morning hours downtown.
Okay.
I think we have them scheduled for 4:30 to like 9:30 in the morning.
Okay.
They were used out east along across from the rec center, what we call a slab, monitoring that location. But those are the two common areas that we use for GPD.
Right. Okay.
And I add also, we also use security to help us out with McPherson Park. And that Parks and Rec, but we work in tandem to do that.
Who are they accountable to? The private security firm?
They're accountable to the city as a whole, but since we supervise that contract, if they're working downtown, it's us. They're working at McPherson's Parks and Recreation. They're working out east, that's going to be us again.
Okay, I'll have this conversation with you privately, but I have had multiple folks reach out to me about concerns about the private security firm because they're primarily policing our homeless neighbors downtown. Mm-hmm. So that's a conversation I'll have with you.
Okay. Please do. We look forward to it.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
You conclude, Commissioner?
I do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Johnson, thank you for the conversation about youth services. I lean in a direction of thinking that maybe GPD, not because it's GPD, but because it's police and they have a different mission than youth services often. Not always, but often. And I know that the reason that it is where it is because Chief Jones and some other folks at GPD are the ones who made it happen, and nobody else stepped up. So I don't want to at all dishonor that legacy. It wasn't happening anywhere else. Nobody was working with those young people.
That's correct.
Primarily those young men. There's a lot of work to be done with young women as well. And there's expanded work to be done with those young men. I'm also interested in what other departments like ours do. I'm not at a point where I want to make recommendations one way or the other, but it does feel like we might have other people involved if the word police were not part of the title. You know, if Reichert House were not reporting through the police, Ed Bold were not reporting through the police, I think maybe we'd be able to reach more kids. I want to say kids. I know some of them are not kids at all. So I would be really interested in us pursuing that, particularly from a research perspective, to find out what other cities like ours do, and if they do. My guess is that we're way ahead on a lot of this.
I will come to tell you that in the past, other cities are trying to emulate us.
Yes.
Because we are 24/7. At 3 o'clock in the morning, if a child is acting out and they may be part of the Reichert House, we're going to be the one that get the call. And we're going to be the one that keep that child from going to jail or wherever the case may be. So the kids recognize, the officers recognize the kids recognize the officers. So a lot of agencies have came down. Seminole County Sheriff Department, I'll give you an example, came down and looked at our program. And said, you know, what are y'all doing that is a little bit different? The Florida Department of Juvenile Justice has came down and looked at our program from Tallahassee and said, wow, what are y'all doing? I can't believe a police department is doing these particular things. When we first got into it, myself and the late Richard Baxter, you're correct. Nobody wanted to deal with this population. But this population was causing tremendous problems in Gainesville. But now, to Commissioner Johnson's, what she was saying and what you were saying, there's other people in the community that would like to partner with a program or a concept. But back then, there was nobody want to partner with them. So we took on the Herculean task of saying that we would deal with just that specific, not to duplicate, but to provide a pathway for that particular population. And yes, there is a need out there.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I agree that we need to think. We need to do research. We need to, maybe it's exactly where it needs to be, but maybe it's not. So let's continue to think and work on this from as broad a position as possible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And as I'm looking at some commissioners wanting to speak for a second or third time, I want to remind you that we do have members of our public that I would like to hear from. I hate to be the mean mayor, but they've been waiting as well for a while. And I want to make sure we get to them. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to put a motion on the floor. If that's okay to do now or?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we endorse the proposed GPD changes that were presented, that we request the city attorney's office to bring back more information on a city prosecutor's office and to look at having that as part of the civil citation deflection program, that we direct staff to create a policy to restrict the purchase of certain military surplus supplies, specifically weaponry and vehicles. And maybe that's in GPD or maybe that's in purchasing, and to bring that back to the commission. That we asked staff to look at renaming the police service technician program to be a more community oriented name, and maybe that is community service technician, but I think I would like for staff to do us more on that. And lastly, that we have staff look at the SOR uniform and maybe look at ways that can be more friendlier.
Okay, is there a second to the motion? Motion dies for lack of a second. The name should be Community Resource Specialist, by the way. I've already solved that problem. Okay, that motion dies for lack of a second. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I'm really enjoying this conversation. It's very enlightening. And I just want to add some perspective to the Riker House and the Parks and Recs and departments, where it should go, who should run it, and all those good things. And I worked in the Parks and Rec department, so I'm going to give you some insight. You're talking about at-risk youth that oftentimes when we're talking about the Riker House come from single family homes. They may be having some issues within school, some issues in the community. And you look at the dynamics of the Parks Department and you look at the dynamics of the Riker House and the youth that each one take in, or each various department who they cater to. And there is a big difference. Staffing is different on both sides. The understanding and the way that the staff may interact with one youth in one department may be different from another, how someone act different from Riker House versus the Parks Department. I think you're going to have training if you look at the Parks Department, because you have park rec aides who are all maybe not to a point where they can really have conversations with at-risk youth. So that's going to be a heavy lift. The idea, or from what I'm hearing, is let's just look at putting them over here, or let's look at having this program over here. The concept sounds great. It sounds wonderful. But in actuality, you're going to have a really difficult time or challenging time in making that cohesiveness and making that interaction work. Because you're looking at several different dynamics. And you're looking at different individuals. Like, for instance, when you have youth activities in the Parks Department, you're taught team building, you taught various things, and most likely the students that are attending these events or after school programs are not prone to be in trouble at their own school or prone to have so many challenges at home. Some do, but from my experience, that's not the case. And I think when you look at the Riker House and you look at the folks that enter into the Riker House, they're past that point where they need that supervision, they need that extra care, they need that extra help. Whereas our after-school programs and our programs at the Parks of Recreation is just a total different dynamic. It sounds great, but I think that would be something you would have to have extensive training with staff at the Parks Department. You would have to have some type of training between the police department and the staff with the Parks Department, like cross training, because they are getting these phone calls in the middle of the night. They are going into the homes. They are going into taking that extra step to be involved in the children's lives. And that's totally different from the park and recreation staff. Not saying it couldn't work, just wanted to give you an indication of the two different programs and the different dynamics of each program and the big difference that it is. And to just assume that you can just put something somewhere because it sounds good, I think that's being a little naive, not really knowing the full effect, knowing the full details and how those two interactions would work and could work, and understanding each challenge from each department and how that impacts the staff that's in these departments. So I just wanted to bring that standpoint to the conversation, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commission. I have a quick question about the proposed budget and the offsets. You know, and it's a segue because we've been talking about youth services programs. For my time on the commission for a few years, that's really been my focus, trying to help the young people in this city. I've thought that, you know, programs like Bold and Heroes and all of that were doing well for our young people. Whenever I would interact with young people who either graduated from those programs or were in those programs, there was a distinct air of enjoyment from them. So I wouldn't want to, you know, I think it's natural for the conversation to go towards, you know, those types of programs to talk about them, but I really want us to focus a little bit more on policing. So first question, I noticed that in page 14 of the presentation, there is a marker to delete the Bold Manager program, and I would just like to get some information on why that position is being deleted.
Go ahead.
Okay, this person left the program, Commissioner. Well, Mr. Mayor, the Commissioner, this person left the program. He took employment elsewhere. That position was vacated. Okay. So in essence of not eliminating another police officer position, what we did was we said that we would just absorb the supervision, and we created a temp where we had a temporary person working. We made that person permanent.
Okay, very well, thank you. Okay. And I see lots of different conversions to sort of make it up, so I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hey Santos, I would second your motion if you just took off some of the bits at the end about uniform design and naming. I think our staff can figure that out. If we just give them sort of a broad freedom to decide, to come back with us with whether there's something new or, I mean, I don't think it's worth splitting hairs over. In my opinion, I just think that it's the proposal that we have in front of us is a pathway forward. As far as the commission's goals, if we can get things like the adult civil citation program and the mental health co-responders, if we can get those types of programs up and going in a timely manner, we can accomplish our other goals. We can supplement these efforts because I think the more services you have in a community, the better off that community is going to be. And so I don't think shifting programs from one department to another is the kind of solution that we're looking for. Personally, I think the kind of solution that we're looking for is to add more opportunity for our youth and for people in Gainesville. And that generally requires economic opportunity, not just services. So, we have had many conversations about economic development in the city, some of which have not been, completely finished, which I think that we can put a focus on because, we're asking a whole lot out of our city employees to be responsible for the well-being of young people growing up in this city. That's a whole lot to ask, and city employees can't do it alone, and the government can't do it alone. There needs to be strong economic incentive in all areas of the city for people either my age or younger who are who want to stay in Gainesville and want to make a life here, and there needs to be much more economic opportunity. So I understand that this particular meeting is specific to the police budget, and so I'm going to toggle my conversation to go back there. But I felt that we were sort of expanding the conversation to talk about the larger issue And so I wanted to throw that 2 cents in because, you know, I'm ready to accept this in front of me with the expectation that obviously this is an ongoing conversation and we're going to get regular updates. But I felt it was important to point out, as far as youth services go, you know, transferring isn't going to solve it. I think that the solution has to be adding, and I've been advocating, and I've brought to this commission different ideas for how we can advocate for our youth. And I think let's just focus on those types of conversations. At least that's what I would like to see. So, Commissioner, if you'd like to make the motion again with just leaving the tail end parts, I'd be happy to second it for discussion. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. I really would like to get to members of the public. We don't actually even need a motion. We've already taken action and directed staff to do everything that they brought back to us today. That's what they've done, and they will include the continuation of those, including in our final budget approvals in September, as well as the operational changes throughout the fall. If you want to make a motion to reinforce that, I suppose we can, but we don't. Staff doesn't need one to continue working on these things. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to be very clear about what I said and what I feel like there's a little bit of confusion here. I'm not proposing that we move the Reichert House to a different department like Parks and Rec. What I'm saying is that the program that Chief Jones started is important. It needs to be continued. It needs to be supported. And there needs to be perhaps some interdepartmental support for that. Like under the umbrella of something like youth services. That's what I'm saying. The city manager said that he has done the pros and cons. And at the beginning of the conversation, that's what I wanted to know. I want to know what the pros and cons are and the discussion that was started about a year ago about the Reichert House and about youth services. Where have we landed today with that? So that is what I mean, is it's about the support, the continued support, the expansion, and the interdepartmental coordination for this. Under no means do I think, am I gonna sit here and say, we need to do X, Y, and Z when I don't have the information. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just point out that we do have a children's trust now that can, and I would argue should be instrumental in how we continue to build out and these programs and serve our community's youth. That's the core purpose of why voters approved that funding source and that creation of that quasi-independent organization. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do think it's important we have a motion because of the new direction we would give on military surplus. So I'd like to move that we endorse the proposed GPD changes presented. Second, that we have the city attorney bring back information on the city prosecution's office and look at having that included as part of the civil citation deflection program. And third, that we give direction to the city manager on putting in place a policy for restrictions on the purchase of military surplus, specifically weaponry and vehicles.
Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Johnson, did you want to, you good? Good. You're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. I would like to add to the motion about getting a memo from either the city manager and or Chief Jones about how they landed the decision where they did. I'd like a better understanding of the current structure of Reichert House, and that's it. And then we can move from there.
Okay, the maker and the second are okay with that?
Sure. I guess to understand a little more, you're saying about a memo of how the structure of Reichert House, or what exactly do you?
Right. So what I would like to see, but I don't know how much support there is for this, is I'd like the Reichert House and the work that they do to be supported even more by the community and with interdepartmental coordination. And it seems as if they have just made the decision to kind of leave it as is. So the discussions that were had when they went to Birmingham and they saw the other models for how something like this could work, I'd like to get an understanding, an in-depth understanding of how it's been arrived at the decision to just keep it the way it is. Is that clear?
Yeah, I understand. I'm okay with that. It's a second.
Thank you.
Okay, I can help
The
you.
pros and the cons. I'd love it. I'd love pros and cons.
I can help you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Larry, welcome. We're glad you're with us again today. I will turn it over to you to let us start hearing from our neighbors on what they think about the discussion today.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. We've got quite a few people lined up for you. The first of which is going to be Beverly Craig. Beverly, let me get you on the line.
And Willie, welcome. I thought I didn't know you were with us. I thought it was Larry. So good
Oh, yes, sir. No, I'm back with you again. Yes, Beverly's going to be the first person queued up. We've got quite a few on tap. And if there are any brief pauses, just bear with us because we are doing our due diligence to make sure we get everybody over to you. Beverly, you have the floor.
Need to share this with so the other speakers can hear it, the mayor and the commission. Our neighborhood, can I get the time the speaker to share this with you all before I speak for all my 3 minutes? It's something that y'all need to know. It's something bad happened in our neighborhood yesterday evening, which claimed the life of a 13-year-old in the Duval neighborhood. Can I get permission to share this before I speak for my 3 minutes? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Ms. Craig, you certainly are welcome to. Ms. Craig, you're welcome to share your comments. I can't assure you that you'll be given additional time, but you certainly can speak.
Okay. I'll say it at the end then. Okay. As I come back to the second meeting on police reform of the Gainesville Police Department, I think of the late, great poet Maya Angelou, who once stated, do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. I'm asking you as a commission to do better. When I think of defunding the Gainesville Police Department, they are not perfect. All agencies have good and bad personnel, including the city of Gainesville. However, I reflect on the east side and other communities in the city that is suffering. On July the 13th, 2020, the evening of your first meeting regarding police reform, there was a person murdered at a business at Southwest 13th Street. To the best of my knowledge, the person who was responsible for this crime has not been brought to justice. Shortly after that, there was a shooting near Village and Forest Green Apartments in Northeast Gainesville. There have been shootings in the greater Duval area since that meeting. Ironically, a day before this meeting, a bad accident on 25th Street claimed the life of a 13-year-old and a 17-year-old is in critical condition. And the car tore up in 2 pieces that were so bad, the police were looking for the other part of the car. I say all this to say, we have a good police department. However, they cannot be everywhere all the time. Instead of reducing the police force, we need more community policing in Gainesville. One suggestion voiced at a previous meeting was the hiring of more social workers. The idea of social work is excellent. However, a stray bullet fired from a gun cannot make a distinction between a social worker or an innocent person or child. We need a balanced police presence of prevention and crime interruption and stoppage. As a grandmother, I have second thoughts of allowing my grandchildren to go out and play due to the possible violence or rival groups in our communities. You all are elected to represent the people of this community. Some of the people who seek to take dollars away from the police department and invest them elsewhere do not live or visit in the communities that need policing the most. I ask you, when it comes to the safety and protection of our residents, to think about the words of the late Dr. King, not to be a consensus searcher, but a consensus leaders for the safety of all our citizens. I'm encouraging you to do better, be consensus leaders, and protect our youth, our families, and community. Do not defund the police. Keep the programs in our offices. Thank you. And I want all the commissioners and the mayors to let the police see what happened in our neighborhood on 25th Street and see how bad this accident was. Social workers or nobody could have calmed the community like the police officers did yesterday, and they did an excellent
That's 3
job.
minutes, Mr.
And I
Mayor.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next one is going to be Mr. James Von Holland.
Yeah, hello. I was born and raised in Gainesville, and first I'd like to echo previous speakers and voice my support for passing legislation that would ban Gainesville's future use of military weaponry. I see no reason why we should wait for Congress to pass national legislation that restricts military weapons when we can pass our own local legislation. At the very least, I think an item-by-item justification of the DPD's existing military weaponry should be on public record. Second, regarding the mental health co-responder teams, I believe the police commissioner earlier in the meeting mentioned 4 two-person teams of mental health co-responders that would be deployed in 2021, comprised of 1 unarmed mental health co-responder and 1 armed. I appreciate the prospect of unarmed mental health co-responders playing an expanded role, but I'm disappointed by how minor that role will apparently be. According to the GainesvillePD.org, the DPD has approximately 300 sworn officers. So if 4 mental health responders are added, they'll comprise about 1% of the Gainesville police force. Now, according to the Police Department of Law Enforcement website, only 20 to 30% of reported crimes committed in Gainesville in the last 2 years were violent. So 99% of our officers are going to be armed, while 70 to 80% of the crimes they're responding to are non-violent. And I don't know why. Granted, you may not always know if a criminal is armed, but all these mental health co-responder teams already have an armed police officer in them. So I don't see why we can't hire a much greater percentage of unarmed mental health co-responders than 1%. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next person for citizens communication is going to be Pablo Burgos Arango. Pablo, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. This is for the mayor and the commissioners. I want to thank you for, you're gonna want to hold the DPD responsible, which that is very good. However, we are setting them up for failure. The DPD is just like any other organization. They need money for training. They need money to keep the officers. And we're not doing that. And as commissioners and mayors, I hear you that you want the police department to do this, that, and the other, but you're not giving them the resources, which is unfair. So therefore, I think we should look at each other individually and say, do we need the police department in case we have an emergency in our house or our family? Not as commissioners and do what every other commissioner wants, because you all have an agenda already. And no matter how many people call and all that, you already know what you're going to do to the DPD police department, and it's unfair. So therefore, if something should happen to anyone in Gainesville, it will be on your conscience if you continue to defund the police department. On the other hand, we have organizations calling to defund the police department, and they're not even citizens or live in Gainesville. So that should be taken in consideration. And I want to thank you all for taking my call. God bless you all, commissioners and mayor, and hope that you never have to call the police. And if you do, that they respond right away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. Next person up on the docket is going to be Iris Lopez. Iris, you have the floor.
Hello? Hello.
Yes,
Hello,
Ms.
go ahead.
Iris, you have
Hello?
the floor. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for responding to my call. I am going to be echoing the words of many of those comments of earlier. I just like to say that I feel in jeopardy if you defund our police department. I am someone that came from New York City, Lower East Side, high crime, and made my way up to Gainesville in the past 30 years. I've gone further south and south, seeking an area where I felt comfortable in, and obviously Gainesville's that one place. And I feel that one of the reasons I feel safe is because you have such an effective police department. Defunding the police department may jeopardize our safety here, and it is a big concern. And I think it is a concern not for myself only, but for many of our citizens here in Gainesville, Florida. So I just wanted to weigh in and, of course, support the police department and what they do. I know that you have planned on using some other means, but it cannot replace the police department who are trained and here for our safety, have taken an oath to safeguard the citizens of Gainesville. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hello?
Hello. We hear you.
I think I've lost you.
No, we still
Hello?
hear.
Oh, you can't hear me. Okay, good. I was afraid I've lost you. So those were my comments. So in other words, I'm echoing the words of other citizens that are concerned. I know that you have spoken about the individuals that would be technicians, security technicians, and I would hate to see someone in that capacity be faced with an altercation that would require the police department and their education and their skills that they've achieved with education and training. Hello?
We still hear you.
Oh, okay. Oh, those were my comments, and I thought that perhaps they should consider other means rather than defunding the police department. There's got to be another way that this can be achieved.
Okay, thank you very
Well,
much.
thank you so much for taking my call.
Thank you.
And hopefully this issue will be resolved without defunding our police department.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Lopez. Next up on citizens communication is going to be Dr. Barbara Henry. Doctor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the hard work that you're doing. I just want to express my support for Gainesville Police Department, not defunding. They do an excellent job. The Record House is very well received and beneficial to the youth of our community, as is our police department. I'd like to see it continue to be funded, and if there is funds to increase, they need more support. They are a valuable part of our community. I had a saying from a cousin today that says there are two things that are bad for the heart. One is running upstairs, which I disagree, we need to exercise, and the other is running down people. We do not need to run down organizations that are working in our community. We need to uplift them and give them our support. Thank you very much for your time, and may God continue to bless each of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, the next person in line is going to be Liz Mayott. Liz, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and for taking my call. I just want to be brief and just say that please think about defunding your Gainesville Police Department, because what attracted me to Gainesville was the unity and how they are always all around. Being born and raised in the Bronx, I came from a very high crime rate. So please think about it and support your police department. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just for everyone to know, we have had a few more callers call in, and we need to screen them a little bit later in the call, but we are going to still continue with citizens communication. And the next person in line is going to be Danielle Durst. Danielle, you have the floor.
Hi, I was born just outside of Gainesville and have lived in town since 1998. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone is aware that this police department has more professionalism and humility than any other police department. They do the best job that they can, and they joined this department to make a difference. And even now, at a point where we're looking at them and being critical, what I hear Chief Jones and all of the other captains saying and command staff saying is, we filled a need that wasn't being met, and maybe there could be room for improvement. And so, yes, here we are listening. We want to do better. We care about our youth. We care about our community. What can we do? And so I say for that reason alone, we should continue to support them. And I also want to make sure that everyone knows that the budget of the police department includes so many programs: Bold, Heroes, Explorers, Junior Police Academy, mental health. This department needs our support more than ever, and I completely support funding the police. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next citizens communication is going to be coming from Josephine Smith. Josephine, you have the floor. Go ahead, please. Well, hold on, Mayor. Let me double check on Miss Josephine. 1 second.
Sure.
Well, Mr. Mayor, while we're checking on her, we'll go ahead to the next caller. Her next caller is going to be named Savannah Gribbins. Savannah, if you are there, you have the floor.
Hi, yeah, I'm here. First of all, I just wanted to thank Chief Tony Jones for giving that presentation. I know he cares a lot about the community, and I appreciate him being a part of this discussion. Few things I want to just cover. I took some notes. With the adult civil citations, I guess I'm just wondering if fines and fees associated with that will be based on income. Because I know that one issue with arrests right now is people being, not able to pay high bails. I think if we're, burying them in these high fees and fines for civil citations, it's kind of the same issue. I also have an issue with the civil side of things, given that in civil court, you don't have the right to an attorney. There's no public defender provided. So I want to make sure that people are not moving through the civil system unrepresented. And I guess that goes to the civil forfeiture question that Commissioner Hayes-Santos brought up. In a civil situation, in a civil forfeiture case, the person whose property has been seized has to pay for their own attorney. And that's why in civil court, how much money you have generally determines the outcome of the case. So I think that we need to really look critically at, these civil proposals that are going through. With the bicycle officer proposal that Commissioner Johnson brought up, I think there's just a general question in the community. If we're talking about increasing the number of LEOs or transferring current LEOs to a bicycle unit, I was really happy to hear about the 7% reduction in officers that Chief Jones brought up. And, I want to make sure that we're not moving in the wrong direction with that. With the dispute between Mr. Feldman and Ms. Johnson about youth services, I think I agree with Ms. Johnson that, the largest provider of at-risk youth services in the community should not be the police department, but I don't think we need to continue litigating Reichert House, considering it is less than 2% of the police department's overall budget. Before we talk any more about Reichert House, I'd like to discuss the other, $35 million that we're giving police. And then I think my final, I do agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos that we should not be purchasing military weapons and armored vehicles for our police. And I agreed with Commissioner Ward that a polo shirt for SROs would maybe be the right direction to move in for school policing. I think a reduction of police in schools in general is the right move, and I think I voiced that in the last meeting. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person on Citizens Communications is going to be Ronna Jackson. Ronna, whenever you're ready, you have the floor.
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Okay, yes. First of all, I'd like to bring to the attention of everyone that our law enforcement are heroes. They are not the enemies here at all. They sacrifice hours without, away from their families to protect our community and our schools. And as far as defunding the police, I think we need to defend our police officers and not defund them. And I agree 100% with Mr. Pablo that we need to invest more into our youth. And that is part of what the Reichert House does. They help these children and keep them out of trouble before it gets, before they end up incarcerated and getting in deeper trouble as an adult, and that follows with them into their adult lives. I think we need to really reevaluate and look at our law enforcement as the true heroes that they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. The next person that's going to be on Citizens Communication is Liz Kay. Liz, you have the floor. Mrs. Kay, are you still there? Well, we will try and track down Mrs. Kay. And in the meantime, let me get to one of the last people on the docket before we check in with the people that are dropped off. This is going to be Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, if you are there, you have the floor.
Yes, good morning, Nathan Scott. So I want to start by expressing my support for GPD, Chief Jones, and our dedicated law enforcement officers. It's disappointing that the City Commission seems to have a hatred for law enforcement and an agenda in terms of wanting to address calls from out-of-town people that previously called in demanding that the police department be defunded. And those people do not pay taxes. They don't live in Gainesville. And as many prior callers have expressed their support for GPD and taking exception to the Commission's actions about any discussion about defunding the police department. In fact, GPD needs additional resources. They need our support in this time of pandemic, so they continue to address the rising number of violent crimes and shooting in our community, which the Gainesville City Commission continues to ignore. Here, there's documented media reports of the number of shootings, the bullets are flying, and all you guys want to seem to do is virtue signal and address national talking points rather than supporting our dedicated police and law enforcement officers. And, it's disappointing because this commission should prioritize public safety. Public safety should be put first, and you should not engage in this endless speeches and virtue signaling. That's what you guys do. Your focus should be on public safety and addressing the issues of concern in our community, namely the shootings and the violent crime. Instead, you're pandering to out-of-town people calling for the defunding of our police department. That's just simply not right, commissioners. You guys should know better. So with respect to the motion, I do not support the motion, particularly since GPD is working on attaining independent accreditation. It's not the purview of the City Commission to tell the police officers how and what they need to do their job. There's a TV show, Tactical to Practical. Many of the advancements in law enforcement originated from the military. Body armor, for example, to protect our police officers from being shot at. So unless you guys are willing to put on a badge and go through the training and wear a service weapon and put your life in harm's way, I don't think it's appropriate for the city commission to armchair quarterback what resources the police should have. If they have surplus military equipment, there's practical purposes for that, for SWAT teams and such. So to just give in to the calls and virtue signal from all these out-of-town people is just not appropriate. And that is just another national talking point. You want to demilitarize the police. I don't think GPD is demilitarized. I think they're understaffed. I think they're underfunded, and the city commission should stop virtue signaling and address the problem at hand. And Mr. Mayor, you and the city commission know about all the violent shootings in this town, and yet you're talking about defunding.
Mayor,
the police.
that's 3 minutes.
You need to put public safety first. Stop virtue signaling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, as we all know, this is a hot topic. We've had about a dozen more people call in. We need to go ahead and screen and vet them for you to make sure that they are talking on this topic and it's going to be germane for you. So if you want to talk amongst yourselves in the meantime, we will get back to you as soon as we have all that completed.
Okay, let's just take a brief 5-minute recess. Let everybody stretch their legs. And so it is 12:10. We'll come back at 12:15. Hopefully that gives time for all the folks to get screened.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Mayor, as I said, popular topic, and I'm sure even more are going to come in. First up on the docket is going to be Mr. Khalid. Mr. Khalid, if you are there, the floor is yours.
Yeah, the body cameras. I believe the body cameras are essential, but they should be prioritized for sworn officers. That is the ones who have the option of lethal force. Body cameras for the service techs is a lower priority than funding mental health and substance abuse professionals to be part of the calls where that's appropriate. The cameras should also be somewhat self-driven. That is, when cameras are activated by the blue lights, by unholstering the gun, by charging a taser, and turning off the camera should not be such an easy option. Turning off the camera during a citizen encounter should be an automatic reprimand. Maybe you can even be linked to the time clock. Turn off the camera, you're clocked out. And all this is about transparency. We don't have enough transparency. An officer can be very offensive and egregiously abusive in one department and go to the next town up and get back into law enforcement. The kind of transparency we could really have if we had somebody fighting for it constantly, like a true civilian review board with the power to call officers to testify, with a seat at the table to discuss discipline, with a voice in the evaluation of the chief, or as I would rather see, a charter officer, elected commissioner, but whoever the head of the department. We have all of our public employees have extreme accountability, but the ones that have the most awesome power, the power of life and death, are not accountable enough to the people. So defunding does not mean just strip out all the money. It means reallocating. It means taking functions away from the police that they are not trained to do. Police should not be functioning when it comes to professional judgments about substance abuse and mental health crises. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next person on Citizens Communication is going to be Ian Finkston. Mr. Finkston, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you all. Thank you, everyone. I wanted to say we should not expect police practices to be reformed under our current criminal justice system. Instead, we are expected to cater to the blue fragility of our police officers and their unions. This term, blue fragility, defined by a former Georgia officer and criminal justice professor, Kalfi Ture, describes when officers take personal offense to criticisms of the institution and practices of policing. Professor Frank Rudy Cooper of the University of Nevada calls it cop fragility and describes the term as oversensitivity to criticism that blocks necessary conversations about race and policing. In order to resist popular policy reforms, police and their unions have threatened city councils and citizens with vague political retaliation and increases in crime, like with the leaked text message from the St. Petersburg Police Union chief last month. We have granted police exorbitant resources and unaccountable authority by granting them the largest portion of our city budget and granting them protections through qualified immunity from civil suits when police disobey the same laws they enforce. What is the point of giving police body cameras if we do not require they turn on their cameras while on duty, nor do we require that they release their recordings to the public? Police, however, are not granted adequate whistleblower protections, and officers with good intentions are reprimanded for attempting to expose their fellow officers and superiors. In their defense, many department chiefs have condemned the actions of the Minneapolis police officers involved in George Floyd's murder. Unfortunately, due to the blue fragility of police unions and their influence over politicians, their inability to enact policy reforms has kept corrupt officers employed. Police shouldn't be blamed entirely for doing what our communities have expected of them. The blame partially falls on us for expecting them to fix our societal problems. We expect them to fix drug abuse, domestic violence, mental health, homelessness, school security, petty theft, and every other unexpected crisis that isn't sent to fire stations and EMTs. But we should know that police are not going to fix these problems. Police practice repressive, militarized violence to sweep our societal problems under the rug. That fact is not hidden to anyone that has seen glorified police reality television or the citizen-filmed encounters with police on news and social media. Police aren't ensuring that we have homes, incomes, food, and physical and mental health care, nor should we expect that from them. We know these necessities of life are crucial to fixing societal problems, and if we are sincere in our efforts
Mr. Mayor, that's
to
3
address the
minutes.
causes of crime, we need to have alternatives to policing. I'm sorry?
Thank you for calling in.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we're going to attempt to circle back around to some folks that we didn't get to the first time. I believe Josephine Smith has been waiting. Josephine, if you are here, you have the floor.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to say that I disagree with defunding the police department. I've lived in large cities before, and Gainesville is such a great town. You don't want to see it become the same way large cities are, where it's plagued with crime. And defunding the police department will probably lead to that. Nor do you ever want to see a time when a resident calls and they need help from the police and there's no one there to assist them, or there's some type of delay in getting help because there's a lack of funding for the police department. I think the police they provide community support and they assist the community. So I just wanted to go on record with my disagreement with having, defunding the police department. Thank you for taking time to let me speak.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Smith. Next on the docket, if she is still back around, is Liz Kay. Ms. Kay, are you there? Mrs. Kay, are you there?
I am. Hi. Sorry, I had my mute on.
Oh, no, it's perfectly fine. You're on the floor with the council. Go ahead.
Beautiful. Hello, everybody. I would like to say thank you first for looking at what are the actual roots and causes of violence, poverty, homelessness, neglect, domestic abuse, and the like, and taking those to heart and making some adjustments. I want to echo the second caller who said that there should be a greater number of mental health people on the call and less GPD. I fully agree with that. Then we can start having less police officers, and hopefully in the future we can have more trained officers. And when I say that, I would really like to see a police officer acquire a 2 to 4 year degree on their own time, just like everybody else. Then they are fully trained, and then the city does not have to city or the county do not have to worry about taking funds from the people to train these people in what they're like 3-day courses. The community policing, I really like that idea in theory. However, it's like we're taking people from the community, giving them the same lackluster training that police are giving currently. And as I recall, wasn't George Zimmerman a community police officer? And let's see how that turned out. The subject of Riker House. I love, again, the idea of Riker House, but the police have shown that they should not be in control of it. They have mismanaged funds, and there's been reports of child abuse. I don't think this is a very amazing place to send children. I like the idea of the bike cop. 5 miles on a bike, if you're an avid biker, is not very far. And I really want to, this is for everybody. We're all talking about the same thing. We want betterment for our community and for the council. I really would like to see you not make a decision based on fear, but on change for the future for everybody. Thank you for your time, and looking forward to seeing more of these meetings in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kay. Next person on citizens communication is going to be Alfredo Morales. Alfredo, if you're there, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the chance to speak. I want to start off by talking about the body cam. First, I want something noted to mention is the fact that there's no study that actually shows that body cams are effective. And every mention of policy in this call has kind of reinforced the idea that it won't be effective, starting with the fact that the police officers are in control when they start actually recording. So they're able to actually exclude certain information that might not be helpful to them. And there's no way to hold that into accountability because the police are just going to claim there's video evidence. So it's actually counter effective to transparency in this scenario. Also want to talk about Riker House. There's a lot of talk about moving money away from Riker House, or police away from Riker House, which I support. As Commissioner Johnson mentioned, we should be creating a separate department for youth outreach programs that do not include policing. But I also want to point out the fact that Riker House calls itself a paramilitary structured organization. So if we want to talk about militarizing our police department, we have to talk about the programs that exist outside of policing as well that have those military influences. I also want to reiterate that I live in Gainesville, I pay taxes in Gainesville, and I work in Gainesville. The idea that all these people that are calling in to defund or reallocate money away from the police department live outside is false. A lot of us live here and see firsthand the terror that GPD puts on the houseless community, the terror that they inflict on minorities, and a lot of the uncomfortable situations that GPD causes in and around our lives. So the idea that we only want to defund the police because we're out of town and not impacted by crime is absolutely false. We are impacted by violence, and a lot of that violence comes from the police officers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next person up is going to be Dmitry Podobrev. Dmitry, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Dmitry. Oh, cool. Hi, my name is Dmitry. I'm a Gainesville resident, and like what some people calling previously tried to insinuate. It sounds like the commission has heard people saying that we don't want the police to take up a quarter of our money, a fourth of the general fund of all the money that we have in the city, when they're not providing a quarter of the benefits of government's role in our lives. But it also sounds like your solution so far has been to delegate the task of taking money away from the police to Tony Jones in his office. And Tony Jones seems like a nice enough guy, right? But if you look really closely, you could actually see that he's wearing a police uniform and it says chief on it. So my point is that maybe it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to process the discontent and demands of the people against the police through the police. It's clear from this presentation that they showed earlier that they don't want to take a smaller piece of the general fund because all their initiatives so far are either moving money around within the department or actually taking more money for stuff like body cams. The most insulting thing that I've seen so far is actually how Chief Jones spun transferring fleet funding to transportation and mobility as a defunding strategy when that money is still serving the GPD and it's also being used as an excuse to hire another officer. And as for moving money within the department to more diversion and social programs and soft sounding stuff like that, first of all, we simply don't trust the GPD to handle these things properly. And even if we did trust them, it's such an inefficient way to achieve our goals. I want to applaud Commissioner Johnson here because her point about youth services is completely right. Police administering youth services does not offer any benefits to the youth. It only benefits the police, who have enough benefits, to be honest. A quarter of the general fund. You're saying that cops shouldn't be social workers and do all these other things, and I completely agree with that. I love that the commission is saying that, all the time, every meeting. But then the next thing out of their mouth is always, cops are the only ones that can run the youth programs. So when kids have a problem, give money to the people that work with kids in education, not the police. Children don't become at risk because they're just not around cops enough. They didn't get into the Riker program. No, they need support from things that you apparently agree cops shouldn't have any hand in. So again, I commend Commissioner Johnson, and contrary to what Commissioner Simmons was saying, there is not a single issue in a child's life which a cop can help with better than an actual professional in, child care and education. Homelessness is another issue which plagues Gainesville. There are people sleeping on every corner and empty lot in this city, and what does the city do? Apparently, you're giving money to GPD so that they can hire a private firm to harass them. Why are you giving money to the police so they can hire rent-a-cops? When these private security people do something awful to some of the most vulnerable people in the city, who's going to be held responsible? A few weeks ago, an incident where GPD confiscated everything that a woman staying on Main Street owned with a SWAT van was publicized, and Mayor Poe was pretty embarrassed, so it actually got dealt with. But these things happen all the time, just quietly. When it's a private security firm doing it, there's literally no guarantee the city will be held accountable for it at all. So we shouldn't be paying for that. If you ask 1 million people how to decrease houselessness, hardly anybody would say that it's by sticking the police on them. Sorry?
Thank you. Yeah, your time is
Well,
expired.
anyway, look.
Thank you for calling in.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the next person on citizens communication is Elizabeth Pratt. Ms. Pratt, if you're here, you have the floor.
Hi, yes, like he said, my name is Elizabeth Pratt. I'm a resident of Gainesville. I live in Gainesville. I work in Gainesville. I pay taxes in Gainesville. I've been in this community for 4 years, and I'm here because when I moved here, I fell in love with it. And I just want to say that I don't quite understand all of this talk about out-of-towners and where exactly that's come from. Like, most of the people that are calling in support of reallocating funds to other community resources are activists that have made themselves very visible in the community. So I just want to throw that out there. I'm not sure where that's coming from. But I'm also calling in support of reallocating funds to different services, as it's been stated over and over and over again for weeks in all of these meetings. Police can't be social workers and mental health professionals and all of these things. Literally, all defunding the police means is just reallocating money that goes to police to other programs, and we're all in agreement that police shouldn't be in charge of all of this stuff anyway. So to me, it doesn't seem very complicated. I mean, I was happy to hear that there's some talk of increasing mental health teams with the police, but as another caller said much earlier, they're talking about like making 1% of the employees on the police force be mental health responders and still sending them out with police. I think it's a step in the right direction, but is not quite what the community has been asking for. And also to speak to the Reichert House, so I'm a mental health counselor in Gainesville myself. I've been to the Reichert House to see clients that I've worked with there. It's not a secret that the Reichert House is a paramilitary organization. It literally says that on their website. You can all pull it up and look at it. The times that I was there, as soon as I walked in the door, like all of the boys attending were told to like push themselves up against the wall, like put their hands against the wall where it could be seen and not even look at me as I walked in. The way the youth there are treated is, in my opinion, not acceptable. I think there are a lot of educated people in this community that have actual degrees in how to work with youth effectively that could do a much better job, and that program should probably be put in charge of people that are trained to do that kind of work rather than the police. Thank you for hearing my call, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next person on the line is going to be Sandra Gumit. Sandra, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. Good morning. I want to say thank you first to all the commissioners that are holding this call. I think it's super important, and I really appreciate you inviting the community to be here. I want to start off also by saying that I am a resident of Gainesville. I work here. I pay taxes here. I've lived here for many years. I have family here. My godson actually was a part of the Reichert House program, and he was an explorer for a while too. And I have had to watch him unlearn all of the propaganda that he's been exposed to since he was young. I've had to see him had multiple altercations with his SRO, even after being put in these programs, and how violent that was for him and how manipulative it was for him to make it seem as if he was the problem when he was just being Black in a place that doesn't allow for Black kids to make any mistakes. And yeah, the previous caller was 100% right. The cops teach these kids to push themselves up against the wall, to demean themselves, to dehumanize themselves, to make them less than, and to just be objects and not allow them to be human. And it's really disheartening, and it's atrocious behavior from these programs that are meant to the youth service programs and provide a service to youth. It's not what that is. It's brainwashing kids. Also, we just had kickball with a cop, I think. Maybe that wasn't GPD, maybe it was the sheriff's department. How are you going to have kickball with a cop when it's COVID time and you're like exposing kids to COVID? It just doesn't make much sense to me how these programs are supposed to help. I also wanted to talk about accessibility for this call. You know, people that are working class and are from the communities that are most affected by police violence and police brutality don't have the access to these calls. So we're standing here in solidarity with them. And I think it's important to like for us to put that into view that that we're here for them. And also I wanted to say that public safety means providing people with social programs. You know, a former caller said something about military being a part of like police culture. And I don't understand why we're militarizing our own communities. That doesn't really make much sense to me as fear tactics, as means of control. That doesn't make much sense to me. And it seems like social programs would benefit our community immensely and provide safety for us in order for us to be able to live in a just society, in a just community. I also wanted to talk about, you know, when we're talking about reallocating funds away from GPD, we're supporting people and not supporting programs like the police that are solely meant to control us and to tell us how to live and how to be, and code enforcement and all those things that have literally nothing to do with our actual value in life, our actual ways in which we can thrive in these communities. And so for us, the conversation isn't taking money away from a group of people. It's providing it back to the people. It's providing it back to the people that pay taxes the most in the highest tax bracket of this community. And it just, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, next person on citizens communication is going to be Patrice Cathley. Patrice, if you are on the line, you have the council.
All right, thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to let you all know that I do not support defunding the police. I think we need to have adequate police staff for a city of our size, and especially being a college town, and with the issues we have of regular shootings. I think cutting police staff is going to be a big mistake. The first time there's a terrorist event or a school shooting in this town, you'll realize that this will be a wrong move. I agree also with Commissioner Seiko that military equipment is not for everyday use. So there shouldn't be an issue with buying surplus equipment. You're planning for events like school shootings, just like how we plan for hurricanes. We're planning for events like that. I think public safety should be one of the #1 priorities in our city. And lives are at risk when there's not proper or adequate police protection available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, caller. The next caller is going to be Elizabeth Townsend. Ms. Townsend, you have the floor.
Alrighty. I'm calling in today as a community member and voter. Gainesville needs to reimagine public safety, and that needs to start with defunding the police. When we examine the ways that our police force interacts with our community, we see criminalization of poverty through harassment of houseless people and arresting people for lack of court fees, like not being able to pay, simple things like that. The police use excessive force that isn't deterred by being filmed. So we don't need to sink money into body cameras and reform. We don't need more footage of people being murdered by police. We need to decrease our policing and reinvest in our communities. Why do our schools have SROs and no mental health support? Why are we encouraging the school to prison pipeline that incarcerates Black students disproportionately? Why is the military training our police? Why are the police waging war on the citizens of Gainesville? Why is GPD arresting people and exposing them to COVID-19 in a jail where they don't have the ability to social distance, access proper sanitary products, or just generally keep themselves safe? We don't want community policing. We want community care, and that doesn't come from punishing and incarcerating our people for simply trying to survive in a system and a city that has failed them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next person up is going to be Allison Lehman. and then we are going to screen about 4 or 5 more callers, and we will be back right after that. Ms. Lehman, if you were there, you have the floor.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alice Lehman, and I am a resident of Gainesville. And I am in support of reallocating police funds to programs such as affordable housing, education, healthcare, mental health, sexual assault resources, and a number of other initiatives that can be taken to support our Gainesville community. And I also think that there should be an emphasis on the importance of supporting and protecting Black communities, people of color, people who are undocumented, and individuals who are disabled. Gainesville should be protected and not policed. We should avoid putting our community members into the criminal justice system, and community and social programs will help to avoid that. Also, accountability needs to happen, accountability for excessive use of force, and the classist practices that are in classist and racist practices that are inherent in police departments. And the solution for these problems is not further training for police officers, and it is not, and the use of body cameras are inadequate. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we're screening the last couple of people that we have and circling back on a couple that dropped off. We should be right back with it. Give us about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we got about actually 8 or 9 instead of 4, like I believed, but we are going to get them lined up all for you. The first one is going to be Karine Duvel. I apologize if I mispronounced your name, Karine, but if you're there, you have the floor.
actively support defunding the police. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can I be heard?
You can.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. I believe it is necessary to reiterate how violent it is to intentionally silence the voices of people living in Gainesville who support defunding the police. My name is Karine Javille, and I live in Gainesville, and I actively support reallocating resources to programs that work. All of the arguments in support of the police that I've heard today have been based on feelings, off of the habitual dependency of the police as an overarching entity that we've always grown up with, instead of a practical solution to our problems. One of the callers mentioned how there's such an increase in crime, but explain to me how a police force of over $30 million is still inadequate in addressing these issues. We are still seeing an exacerbation in violence and in harm, and the worst of this always falls on people of color in low-income communities. Listen, policing is not for the rich. We don't see officers patrolling suburban neighborhoods the same way they do in East Gainesville. A lot of police labor goes towards combating issues in low-income communities with no actual resolution or transformation involved. That's why so many of our problems have not been addressed. Why have we been having the same conversation for decades? By continuously investing taxpayer money into an institution that the public does not trust, that does nothing to promote health or safety, and actively targets low-income Black and brown people in Gainesville, it is a slap in the face for you to continue to orchestrate programs with the police, to continuously feed us these ideas that we just need to continue expanding our ability to work or cooperate with the police. We are asking for you to look for better solutions. We are asking you to actually invest in the people of the community rather than casting them aside. We are asking you to defund the police and reallocate this money, multiple millions of dollars of money to the police, to people in our community that needs it. Thank you so much for hearing me out. I hope you heard a lot of the statistics that have been said today, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller is going to be Danny Castro. Mr. Castro, whenever you're ready, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Danny Castro, and I grew up in Gainesville, went to school in Gainesville, and I've lived here for over 10 years. So first of all, I wanted to start by saying that I've heard GPD and ASCO claim that they haven't been arresting people for nonviolent offenses during the pandemic. But as part of the Alachua County Bail Fund, we have been bailing out folks arrested for nonviolent offenses from our COVID-infested jails every single week. People there have been arrested for missing child support, for marijuana possession, for driving with suspended licenses, for trespassing, and it shocks me to hear the police chiefs claim otherwise, because the lives of these people are being put at risk. Secondly, I just wanted to address body cameras and talk about how body cameras are ultimately only about addressing police violence after the fact. So I want the city to work towards reducing police violence by reducing police interactions with the public, by reducing police interactions with houseless people and mental health emergencies, and by reallocating funds to programs to reduce harm and poverty. We have so little resources for our youth and for our working class neighbors, and we need to reallocate funds from GPD to programs that reduce harm and promote safety and security. I just really want to echo what some other callers have said, that a lot of the calls against reallocating funds are based in fear, but I want us to be based in change, and also to recognize that most of what cops do is not responding to violent incidents. And secondly, that people keep bringing up big cities like LA and NYPD and saying that they don't want Gainesville to become a big city like them. But these cities invest literally billions upon billions of dollars in their police forces. So the argument that if we take away resources from the police, crime will go up is not based on data. So again, I thank you for listening to me, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Castro. Next on Citizens Communications is Jen Castro. Ms. Castro, whenever you are ready, you have the floor.
Hi, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to call in and give my opinion on what's going on. I want to just thank the law enforcement officers. I hear a bunch of people calling in and you guys are just attacking them. And it seems like every time I turn around, when I'm on here and I'm looking at what's going on with the city commission, it's always something about holding the officers accountable. Who's holding everybody else accountable? Okay. And my next thing that I wanted to say is crime is going up because we don't have enough officers on the street. That is a fact. GPD is not fully staffed. And everybody's talking about defunding the police. But when something happens at your house, who are you going to call? I'd like to know who you're going to call because no one else is going to show up. And when it comes to military weapons, everybody's saying, oh, let's not have military weapons. Let's not give them the money for that. Okay, but when there's a school shooting, who's going to show up? Or when the criminals have those AK-47s in the street, or the criminals have those AKs, period, and you're going to show up with a handgun, what good is that going to do? We need these weapons to protect our community. You're talking about bikes and police officers. I've seen police officers on the east side of town in the community talking. They know people by name, and nobody's saying anything about that. You guys are just acting like every cop is a terrible person. We need to celebrate these people. They put their lives on the line, and they're not even being paid enough money to do that. Furthermore, I'd like to say that we keep talking about crime, but guess what? Maybe we need to be in the schools. Maybe we need to be doing more with the kids. It is not the responsibility of the police to raise kids for parents. Parents have to do their part. The schools are doing their part. And guess what? The community has to do their part. I think it's wrong that everybody keeps trying to, the things that the police are doing, you're taking them to task on what they're doing, and that is wrong. Because guess what? I don't see anybody else stepping up to do it. And as far as social workers showing up to calls, who, on top of dealing with stressful situations, who's protecting them? The cops. So now that's just something else for them to have to worry about. So now you want social workers and you want everybody to be dealt with these gloves, these kid gloves, but nobody has any way of protecting those social workers. Now that's somebody else the cops has to worry about. And I think that this community needs to do a little more searching inside because every time I turn around, you're against the police. And I think it's time that you realize that you're sitting in those nice houses and they're protected because of the police. And I think people need to start realizing that this defunding is not going to work and it's going to cause more problems. You want us to just let people out and do whatever they want in the community. Okay, well, we'll just counsel them. Well, guess what? That doesn't work either. So get in those communities, get into those schools, and you guys get on those bikes with those cops then if you want bikes. Get out there and help them. Don't sit up here and just talk about all the time about what they're doing wrong. Support them. And let those raises come in. Because guess what?
Hey,
it was sad that they just recently got that, and they hadn't had that in a long time. Thank you
very much. Thanks for calling in.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Castro. The next person on the line is going to be Karen Alford. Ms. Alford?
Yes, hi, I'm Karen Alford. First of all, I want to say thank you to GPD and the Alachua County Sheriff officers and staff. It's a very dangerous job anymore, and I want to say we appreciate your service. I am a native of the Gainesville community. Specifically, I grew up in East Gainesville. I've lived in Northwest Gainesville probably more years than in East Gainesville, but I've seen things on both sides. I have experienced a father and a grandfather. Both were murdered in the East Gainesville community. I've had personal property been stolen from my home in Northwest Gainesville. So I just want to say, as I've heard people talk about Black and Brown people and how we feel that we're disserviced by GPD. I think we should speak for ourselves. Our community does not want you to defund the police. I hope you hear that loud and clear. the word defund does not belong in the Gainesville community. Please hear our voice. We do not have the same problems as other communities. This is a copycat behavior. I think we're smart enough, we're innovative enough to resolve issues that we have, but we don't think defunding is a solution. GPD is one of the leaders across the country because they've already invested our communities through great programs like the Ragged House, like the Bold program. We're already doing what other communities desire for their communities to do. Last night, a 12-year-old boy was killed in East Gainesville. A 13-year-old is in critical condition. Who was called? GPD. If you defund, they're not going to be available to take care of these calls. Again, we need more programs. We need to embrace those programs in place. Some of these people calling in, they're sheltered. They have no idea. Maybe you should have a tour on Friday and Saturday night and take them through some of these communities and these pockets in Gainesville so they can see firsthand what's going on and why we need GPD fully funded. Again, I beg you, please do not defund the police. Let's embrace the programs that you are funding, such as after-school programs and Ragged House. Many of our parents can't do anything with these kids. You have people in place that can give these kids hope, and that's what we need, hope. Please continue what you're doing and fully fund the Gainesville Police Department. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alford. The next person on the line is going to be Wallace. Wallace, are you online? You have the city council. If you do, you are.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Can you hear me? Okay, cool. Good morning. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of. It's kind of wild because we've been having this conversation about defunding the police, which I do support, but I want to talk more about the process and how this has been going on when it comes to like how we've been discussing these, because this is the second call where we've had like these long presentations with the police talking about, budget and things of that nature. But, it doesn't seem like there has been any, space or outreach to the local activists who have been really pushing for this cause. I really think it's quite ridiculous and very wild to me how you have engaged citizens worried about the state of their community, and there has been no outreach. It seems like we've just been getting a lot of propaganda and like just excuses of why we shouldn't be doing this and drawn out process. I think it's a real shame. And to dispute what some of these people were saying about like the people who want to be like defund the police or somehow sheltered, that is like so far from the truth. It's ridiculous. Saying that we're not from the community, that is so ridiculous. And say that we need to help the police. Yeah, we are helping the police. We are trying to feed the homeless. We are trying to, get people out of jail and like make sure that, they don't end up back in jail. There's a lot of stuff that the community can do together, and we need to like come together and like do more of that sort of work. We don't need the police in our communities. Like a lot of people have said it, we ask the police to do too much. I completely agree. So why not fund other things? Why do they need this money? Why can't we put it in other programs? And the last thing I would like to say, like, I think that the work that young people in the street have been doing, activists, what we've been doing, has been, maybe overlooked a lot by the city commission. I think it's like really a shame that, there hasn't been more outreach. And a lot of people quote MLK, a lot of people quote John Lewis and say that we need more people like them in the world. You literally have it in your community right now. We're literally doing the work of our ancestors. And, I feel like there hasn't been any solidarity with us, because right before, this, it seems like, you're passing budgets to like put body cameras after we like said that, like we didn't want that. And for the reason,
3 minutes.
The reason why y'all did it is, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Wally.
Okay, thank you very much for calling. The next caller is going to be Martha McCullough. Ms. McCullough, if you're there, you have the line. Ms. McCullough, are you there? Well, we'll attempt to get Ms. McCullough back on the line. In the meantime, we'll move on to the next. Next caller on the line is going to be Kimber.
Hi, hello, Mayor and Commission. This is Kimber. I am a social worker in Gainesville, Florida. I've come to you many a times working with houseless community members. I'm just going to make some quick comments. I haven't had the privilege of listening to this entire meeting today because it's in the middle of a work day. So I'll just comment on things I've heard and maybe other comments I've heard as well. I've also been a person that's lived in Gainesville and left and moved to large cities. And so somebody's comment earlier about large cities being unsafe and then moving back to Gainesville and GPD is what made them feel safe is kind of absurd to me, seeing as large cities have the highest budget for their local police departments and that safety does not reflect it. So that's not really relevant in this conversation, in my opinion. I'm a social worker. I've gone to college for 2 years and then got my master's degree in 2 years. And then it took me another 2 years to get 3,000 hours of supervised clinical work in order to now take the exam to be an LCSW. That makes me far more trained and qualified to deal with social crises than our police department. Like, we're talking years more qualified to do that, hours of clinical work more qualified to do that. So one, there's no really issue of social workers or clinical workers or psychologists responding to 80% of the problems that our community has. And I also think that because I'm more trained, I can't be housed under the GPD department because I would be too qualified for them to supervise me. So I would suggest creating an entirely new department or housing it somewhere else that has social workers directly involved into the immediate crisis work that our community has. Separately, I came to y'all a year ago, 2 years ago, and presented on the need for street outreach with our houseless community. And at the time, you weren't able to fund it. I think this is an ideal time to revisit that with some of these GPD funds to start directly working with our houseless community members, do street outreach. That's the only connection that our community has to housing services. The city manager, earlier I heard him mention that the city needs to get the county more in the homeless game. It's kind of crazy to me that that's the language that they're using because the housing that is available in the county is the only thing that's available. The city is not in the homeless game right now. The only thing that we're working with at the city level is great. And now that Dignity Village is closed, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the next person in line is going to be DeAndre Smith. Mr. Smith, you have the line.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
My name is DeAndre Smith. I'm originally from Gainesville, Florida. I don't support and defund the police at all. I mean, people look at other cities and trying to bring other cities problems to our cities. Actually, me myself, the Gainesville police helped me out a lot. I mean, I was young, you know what I'm saying, coming from a black family, never really had a father figure or a role model. So I went to a program called the Rack House. Then Rack House helped me out a lot, you know. They kind of was that father figure that you actually needed. You know what I'm saying? They teach you a lot of good things. They keep you on a pedestal, come check up on you in class, see how your grades going. You know what I'm saying? Be that real father figure. And not only that, I was a Gainesville police explorer for 5 years. I mean, people look at the police as, they this big walking trouble figure, but that's not really what it is. So basically, I think people need to stop bringing other city problems to our city. Because we don't really have those problems in our city. You defund the police, somebody break in your house or somebody do this to you, who you gonna call? There's really nobody to call, but I really think defunding the police that's a bad idea. As you can see, most of you guys probably don't know me, but I turned out to a great man. You know what I'm saying? I'm working my dream job and all. I just want to thank the Gainesville Police Department, Chief Tony Jones, Mr. Alexander, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Williams, Dontonia Smith, the Rack House, Gainesville Police Force. I just want to appreciate you guys for making me the man I am today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next caller is going to be Eartha Wright. Eartha, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello. I first of all would like to support the Gainesville Police Department, and I would like to commend the lady who came up with the slogan, defend and not defund. I like that. And I would also encourage people in Gainesville to not compare our police officers to officers in other cities. We don't have that problem in Gainesville. If we did, it would be reported. And I watch the news every day, and I've not seen that. I would like for the commission also to enhance the Bowl and Reichert House program, as well as Explorers and all the other programs that come under the GPD umbrella, simply because nobody else is doing it. We have a need for our youth in this community, but I hear a lot of complaints about what's being done, but I see a lot of people marching against the police, but I don't see them actually getting into these programs to volunteer, to help increase the staff that's already underfunded, so that these programs can grow and become very significant in the lives of many young people. And I'm surprised at how many people who are not familiar with the workings of the programs. They only get hearsay and what the people are saying on the streets about these programs, but they need to actually go to these programs and volunteer and see what's going on and see how they can help. And they also parents need to go into the schools. I know for a fact that parent meetings in schools are sparsely attended, yet they expect somebody else to raise their children and do all the things that their children need. And they sit home and do nothing but complain when things go wrong. I would like to ask people to consider what is going on in the community when we have to call the police. When we call them, we want somebody to respond. If you defund the police, who's going to respond? If they're stretched thin on one side of town or the other, and you call them and they're not available, then you will complain about the lack of response, the poor response time. Why get into that situation? Keep them going with what they have and increase the funding to these programs so that we don't have to call them on our young people, and increase the funding to the officers themselves who put their lives on the line every day and go into situations that the general public would run away from. They have to go into deadly situations all the time. And I would please ask you to defend and not defund. Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
Mayor, this Larry Schooler. We have, I believe, 5 or so additional callers. Before we attempt to take them, just want to make sure the commission still wanted to hear from those 5 remaining callers. I know we've been at this for a little while.
Yep, we'll go ahead and hear from everybody.
Okay, So I'll go ahead and try to kind of screen these in progress just for efficiency. So I believe we have Kevin Camps on the line. Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
No, I was just calling because, first of all, I want to say that I'm thankful for Chief Tony Jones and the job he's done here in the city of Gainesville with the Gainesville Police Department. I believe it's absolutely ridiculous to be having this conversation concerning defunding the police. I want to speak to his work he's done with the Racker House Youth Academy, along with Ms. Rosa, and the job that they've done with the young men. I just want to speak specifically to that and to kind of dispel some of the comments that were made earlier concerning the program. And it being a paramilitary program, that is a completely incorrect and inaccurate statement. This is a program that has helped young men for years go to college, go to the military, and not the military portion of the program is replacement. It's not to destroy kids or make kids feel like they're in any type of prison. This is a program that kids from all over the city, not just East Gainesville, but all over the city have come to and benefited from. The University of Florida, whom I'm currently employed with, has also been a part of that program for many years. And we've seen young men go on to lead successful lives in business, in athletics, in the NFL, and so many different places. So I just want us to understand that this is a necessary program, just like our police department is necessary for our city. And I want to commend them, and defunding the police is not the route to go. And the Racker House Youth Academy should be a staple in our community for our young men, for families, for parents that depend on this program to build young men of character, to keep them out of the streets, to keep them out of trouble, to keep them out of our prisons, and so that they continue to go on and benefit our city, their families for many years. I commend Mr. Alexander, the staff, Chief Tony Jones again for the work that they've done here in the city of Gainesville, working with the Racker House, working with the Gainesville Police Department, and they will continue to do that for many years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, Ken Van Nordwick, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
I've been with the Racker House Youth Academy program since 2003 when we developed our property, and I have personally seen hundreds of young men who were in a very high at-risk situation of not being able to work in society and be diverted into jail. And not only has Racker House kept these young men out of jail for our community, but they've helped them flourish and prosper and be successful. And for every young man we serve, there's probably 3 or 4 who can't get into our program simply because we're limited. And I know of many Racker House young men who have gone through college and are successful in life. And a vast majority of our youth at Racker House go on to be successful, saving our community tens of millions of dollars since its inception. In 1985, when a policeman named Tony Jones took a couple of boys to play a board game instead of getting in trouble, they eventually moved into an apartment lent by the Gainesville Housing Authority. They eventually moved into a little house donated by Miss Reichert to the community. And with the help of Levita Brown, a county commissioner, Miss Rosa B. Williams opened that house to Reichert House. And it has been nothing but a gigantic success story, not locally, not state. This is a national level program. No other community in America the size of Gainesville has such a program running with such beautiful efficiency and sponsorship by the community. I strongly urge the commission to please consider not only backing Reichert House and the police, but taking a look at their budget, take a look at your budget, and remember that they're dealing with the youth of the community, which is our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe Erica Thomas Reed is standing by. Ms. Thomas Reed, if you're there, you have 3 minutes. Erica? Okay, we don't seem to have Erica here at the moment. Let me, I've got a caller whose number ends in 9732. You are live with the City Commission if you'd like to speak.
Yeah, hi. My name is Nevia Abraham Jr., and I'm truly thankful for Chief Jones and everything that he's done for the community as far as GPD and Racket House. I'm very close with John Alexander and Byron Lewis, their church family, just family in general, but that's another conversation for another time. I actually work for the Alachua County Sheriff's Office, and unlike other people that have sat here and commented, I've volunteered, and I've actually worked at the Racket House for the last few years of my life, and I have to dispel every rumor. I mean, I know personally that this program has helped change hundreds of men's lives. There's many success stories from the Racket House. One in particular, one of my former coworkers, Quadir Bethea, he's actually a business owner in the city now. He went through Racket House, graduated from the Bowles program, worked for us at the jail, and now he has a detailing business. But I've been out there and I've seen what the program can do to young men. I think sometimes we're forgetting that we're dealing with, Racket House deals with a lot of the youth that come from horrible backgrounds. And I've seen it within myself and JJ and Byron and Jeff Thomas. You become father figures to these kids because that's what a lot of them lack. But from everything from the mentorship program to the athletic program, I coached the basketball team a couple years ago at Racket House, and I loved it. I truly wish that the program could be extended further, but I know that there's only so much that can be done with the limited resources that they have as far as employees. But as far as torture and everything else that's been talked about, that is an outright lie. I've been there myself for years, volunteering, working with the PAL program, and all I've seen is support and love and leadership throughout the program. So I don't know where these rumors are coming from. Like the other lady that was on a couple minutes back, if anybody really wants to see what goes on at Racket House is always taking volunteers. So I thank God for everything that Racket House has done in the community. I know a lot of kids and a lot of men that have left the program prematurely, and they've went in and out of prison, and everybody I've talked to within the jail, they're like, man, I wish I would have stayed in Racket House because it's a great foundation. They give out scholarships. They go to Paris Island. They teach these young boys how to be men physically,
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
Emotionally. All right. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for calling in.
We have a 407 Orlando number. If you're there, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Is that me?
Yes, I believe so. Go ahead.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is M. Thank you for having this meeting, but I'm disappointed. I want to reiterate what Wally said before, and also make y'all the city aware of what your city motto is. It literally says citizen-centered, people empowered. Well, what citizens are you empowering? Because in these meetings, when it comes to talking about GPD, you're only centering GPD. So, where has that outreach been to people and to find services that we actually need? I live in Gainesville, and I think we need to defund the police. A lot of people think that those who want to defund the police aren't from here, but most of us are, and we are doing the work to help create programs and systems where we can support each other. How are we empowering citizens if there aren't services in place? Defunding the police means that we are empowering people, not the police. It means that we are reallocating money to people who need it. That is the only way
to increase public safety. Housing is safety. Food security is safety. Health services is safety. Not body cams. Police can still cause harm by using body cams, and it's not helping anything. I also want to make sure y'all are aware of the City of Gainesville's Facebook bio, which is literally Gainesville is defining a new kind of city, a place where your government breaks down walls rather than building them. What walls are y'all breaking down? Because y'all are literally only adding cameras to them. To break down walls means to, create systems where we can feel empowered and we can be safe by having housing and food and access to health services that aren't through the police. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a Gainesville number ending in 1896. Caller, if you're there, please give us your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Edward Spencer, and I was calling to defend and not defund our Gainesville Police Department. I personally have had the opportunity, and I call it opportunity because it is being able to influence, change, and impact the lives of young men. And being a part and helping out the Racker House has been a huge blessing. And it kind of hurts my heart that people will have the amount of hate and spite toward a program that's really bringing change in the lives of young men. And I just want to thank the director, John Alexander, and even Chief Tony Jones of putting him in the position to do what he does, and even Chief Tony Jones himself for doing all of the work that he's done within the community. Somebody that's very approachable, somebody that you can go to, and I feel that the city of Gainesville needs more of that. I mean, you talk about defunding the police, and one thing I think about, I talk to a lot of people, and one trucker that I was talking to, he was telling me that if certain cities talk about defunding the police department, that truckers that bring our supplies, the essential things that we need, medical supplies, food that we buy at Publix, that they'll stop running trucks if certain cities, go through with defunding the police. And I sit back and think about, all of the people that are coming on saying we need to defund, and they're not thinking about these other things, how much of a ripple effect that'll cause, to our everyday living. If you're not able to go to the store and buy bread or buy soap or buy, the essential things that we need for life, it's just kind of crazy to me. But I do stand with our police department, as well as I stand with all of the other programs, not just Rack House, but the BOLD program, the POWER program, all of these different programs that do enhance the lives of not just people from the east side of Gainesville, but people from the west side of Gainesville as well. But I yield the rest of my time, and I want to say thank you to the police department.
Thanks for calling in.
We have a Gainesville number ending in 2686. Caller, if you give us your name, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Mr. Ross.
Go ahead.
I also would like to defend and not defund our police department. It just seems like these outside agendas want to take a national narrative and put it in our local, in our city. I want to commend Chief Jones, the police department, as well as the Racker House. Many of you remember years ago when the young man came here on our campus from Virginia with with a lot of the racial tension. I believe that our chief and police department and the agencies worked very well to make sure that we don't have the racial tension as far as with our police departments here that you see other places. It hasn't been here, and I think that's a direct reflection on the leadership. I think Chief Jones, I know Chief Jones does a really good job with that. As far as the Racker House, the Racker House is not a military program. I've seen them at, parades and at various functions where they have the honor guard that looks like the military type thing, but that's just about training guys to have pride in the community, to serve, to give back. But there's a litany of guys that have come out of the Riker House and done phenomenal. And I think that the Riker House really distinguishes our city as on the cutting edge, and to be able to have a program that gives back to our kids that are at risk. I don't understand. I wish I could look the commission in the eye. I don't understand why we are entertaining that when we haven't had those issues that in some of the other areas where that whole discussion of the defunding the police began. So it's like that we have to stand back. They're hijacking an opportunity to bring forth an agenda where there's no need to defund in Gainesville. There's no need to defund in Lafayette County. I think that in Gainesville, we're blessed because of all the university, Santa Fe. We have more police agencies working together that I feel safe. And I think that for the most part, people are moving here all the time. It's a good place to raise your children, your family, because of the job that the police maybe are doing. Maybe there's always room for improvement like anything else, but I really don't think that the numbers, the climate in our city causes us to even have a discussion that we need to defund the police. So I'm definitely in defense of our police.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
We have a caller, Gainesville number ending in 6878. Caller, if you're there, please give us your name and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Ms. Thomas. I'm here to support the police department, to defend and not to defund. I've noticed kids, even in our neighborhood, being raised in East Gainesville all my life, to see how most of our children don't have father figures, and having a program like the Riker House Youth Academy to provide that support to our youth in our area is so essential. I'm here also to share that, they don't practice, they're not paramilitary. They utilize that in the parades, but it's not something they practice or utilize against the children or to control the children. To me and some of the young men that have gone there, I've noticed that they have the principle of if you give respect, you get respect. So but it's on the reverse. It's like we respect the kids, and in turn, the kids turn around and respect us. So we don't have to strong arm a kid. You just respect them, spend time with them, nurture them, and then in return, you'll have the respect, and they nurture and build character and also teach them how to be a young man. So many of the kids in this area have no fathers. They're all in the prisons. So to have the youth academy, Riker House Youth Academy, available is essential to our community. And so I'm just here to support the police department. I'm thankful for Chief Tony Jones and John Alexander and all his staff on what they've done in this community, and that's my time.
Thank you.
Mayor and Commission, just as a point of information, we have 8 callers remaining on the line. That's 8 callers remaining. We have a Gainesville number. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Commissioner Ariola, have a 2 o'clock that I must be on another meeting, so we'll just see where we are at that point. Go ahead, Will.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to wrap up on your behalf.
We have a Gainesville number ending in 8018. Caller, if you're there, give us your name and you have 3 minutes. Okay, we have a Gainesville number ending in 6125. Caller, if you're there, please give us your name and you have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Reginald Lewis. And I am in support of, or in defense. I stand in defense of the police department and not defunding. I'm a citizen of the Gainesville community, and I've been around over the past 25, 30 years. And concerning the Reichert House, I'm very, very extremely familiar with that program and the benefit and the impact that it has had on our community. I'm a Black father. I have sons that have been in some of their programs, and I've been over there. I've actually volunteered and been a part of some of the things that the program has done. I'm also a local barber, and this is the way that I've participated. I've went over and given haircuts to some of the kids over there. And I've always known that program to be very high integrity. I know a few, if not all, of the staff that works over there and spends, countless hours working with our kids, our young Black males. And I just think it would be a sad indictment against the city to defund a program that fills a unique space in our community dealing with the at-risk community, at-risk youth male community. We have a dilemma in the Black community as far as our young males go. Our family structures have been compromised, and we can go into history and look at a lot of the impacts and the things that have been done to us as a people. And I think a program like that addresses those issues in mentoring our young men, offering refuge for our young men, a safe haven for our young men, and giving them an opportunity to go forward in life after their high school academic years, to go into college. I've known some of the guys that have come out of that program that have went on to college, gotten degrees, some are doctors and whatnot. So, it is a very, very important program, and to defund the police department and to possibly lose these type of programs would be, I think, it would be a hit on the community of Gainesville. And so, as far as I heard an allegation about the paramilitary. I've been over there, and the only time that they've done that and used those things is in parades. And if you've seen these boys in the parade, they are excellent and have done a great job just representing that program and representing the Gainesville Police Department. And so, hopefully, I hope that there would be some consideration made for this program and for not defunding the police department. I commend Chief Tony Jones and the job that he's done in our city as our police chief. Just done an exceptional job, and so hoping that the things that you've heard today will impact, this decision going forward. So that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a Gainesville number ending in 6409. If you're there, give us your name, and you have 3 minutes, please.
I'm Eileen Abraham, and I would like to say that I feel like we should not defund the police. It's very important. Racket House has really impacted my life personally because I had a brother that went there, and he felt like he left too soon. He's on mental health medication now, and he said to me that if he would have stayed in the program, he don't think that he would be having to deal with being on that medication now, but he left early, and it's not, anybody's fault but his, but he felt bad that he left the program because he said he felt like it would have helped him. And not only that, where I live here in Gainesville, the street that I live on, it's been 2 shootings. They still haven't found the people that's done it. And it's very scary to think of if we didn't have the police, they still haven't found the guy. So I can't imagine what would happen if we didn't have the police available to us when this happened. If somebody shot through someone's home and they could have killed someone. I have 3 young children of my own, and I checked every last one of my children in the middle of the night, and my son, he felt terrorized because of it, because of the simple fact of we don't know who did the shooting. We don't know where the person is. We don't know if they're coming back. And to imagine not having any police to be out looking for that person, it was bullets everywhere, over 30 shots. And it was traumatizing for my son. And imagine having 3 kids and having to tell your oldest son when he asks you, okay, is this going to happen again? I don't know. all I could try to do is protect them as much as I can, to the point where I keep them in my bedroom and try to keep them down low just in case if shots come firing through, hopefully they don't get hit. So imagine being a mother and having to deal with that. What would you tell your children if there wasn't any police around? How are we going to be protected from whoever that's out there? It's nighttime, you can't see. And Racket House is a great, great, great program. I've seen some of the kids that's come through there. I've known some of them that have started businesses, a guy that started a hair business and went on in the military and done great things because of Racket House. I think what JJ and Chief Jones them are doing is an amazing thing. And anybody that knows them knows, okay, this is a great program for our city. We don't have the problems that other cities have, and the crime isn't as high as some other cities are. Even though we've had over 80 shootings, they haven't been as bad as some other cities like Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and different places like that.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Mayor and Commission, we do have about 7 or 8 callers remaining on the line, just to update you. And I will go next to a Gainesville number ending in 9907. Caller, if you're there, you have 3 minutes. Give us your name and go ahead.
Yes, hi. This is Walter Oliver. I have 3 of my young kids that go to the Racket House. What I can say is it has had a very positive effect on them. It's done some great things at the Racket House Forum, and it's a program that desperately needed for the kids in this area, especially the young black males. Like I've experienced that. I've been out there several occasions, and I've talked to several of the men out there that are mentoring my kids, and all I get is positive results, continued positive results. And as far as that Racket House is there, my kids will continue to go because it gives them after school things to do. It keeps them out of trouble. It keeps them positive, keeps them in line. And as I've said many times while talking right now, everything I've gotten from out there from my kids has been absolutely positive, absolutely positive. They check on the schoolwork. They help them out in classes. They do school out there at the Racket House. Like I said, their grades have improved tremendously. So we need this program. It's desperately needed. And I don't know what I'd do with my kids if it wasn't there. But it's definitely needed. And I really appreciate all the people out there that's doing what they do for not only my kids, but for all the other kids out there. So as I've said, we need this program, and I want it to stay exactly as it is.
Thank you.
We have a Gainesville number ending in 4174. Caller, if you're there, you have 3 minutes. Just give us your name and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bailey Williams. I'm the dean over at Sidney Lanier. So I work with students ranging from elementary through transition age. And I'm calling to support Racket House. They have made a huge impact on a lot of the students that have attended our school and our programs at our school. And through their assistance, whether it's after school hours or even when they go above and beyond and come onto our campus to help us with situations, or to come onto the campus for a positive reinforcement for kids that have done well, and surprise them with a happy reward, any number of things. We've seen tremendous growth in the students that have attended that program and stuck with it, to the extent that some of those students have been able to move out of our Sidney Lanier behavioral programs and go back to the regularly zoned school and have been successful in returning to those schools. And I think that the Reichert House made a difference that change would not have happened without that extra support and everything that they do for them. I think that losing that program would be a huge detriment to the boys that we serve at our school. And I just don't think it's a program that can be removed or replaced with something else. I think that it runs very well. And so I just want to support it and let you know that even in the school system, as somebody directly related to it, we definitely, hands down, see a very quick and very powerful change in the students who utilize Reichert House. And I think that it would be a shame for them to go away, especially for our elementary age school kids who need that early intervention. We don't want them waiting until they're 17 or 18 to try and get the help that they could have had when they were in elementary school and started those positive behavior patterns at a younger age. So I just, that's my comment.
Thank you, and best wishes as you try to return safely to school.
We have a caller ending in 1822. Caller, if you're there, you have 3 minutes. If you can give us your name, go ahead.
Hi, yes, sir. My name is Stephanie Blaine. I'm a teacher locally in Gainesville, and I grew up in Gainesville. I've seen Reichert and all the positive things that you all do for the community growing up and as a professional. The boys I grew up with, they were going down the wrong path, and they are incredible men that, you know, I wish my children could grow up and, you know, emulate some of the behaviors that they have, my children in my class. Working at Duval years ago, I saw the difference in behavior with children and just effort in schoolwork, academics, the amount of respect my children have for Reichert House it's incredible. You can't even describe what Reichert House does for our children. This year alone, I had a young man who literally came to class every day, class clown, from the time he, you know, set out the door in the morning till he returned home in the evening. And the support he gained from Reichert House. When I tell you during the pandemic, he was my best student. When he didn't understand, he had mom calling or texting me, asking, explain how to do something. I mean, complete turnaround, just having that strong male support. Our kids definitely need this. I'm actually sitting beside my PE coach right now, and he acknowledged too that he saw an incredible difference. The PE coach did teach reading with me, so he saw firsthand what Reichert House can do. These men teach life skills, respect, effort, perseverance, all the good qualities and characteristics you want your children to grow up and possess. These gentlemen are teaching that to our children. I've told them before, I wish there was a Reichert House for girls because I would have one of my children in it. The program is incredible. The amount of support they provide to not only our children and families, but to us as teachers. You know, if one child is out of tune with what's going on in the classroom, it can set the whole bunch off. And one phone call just for them to see that mentor is checking in on me to make sure I'm doing my best. Listen, the turnaround is incredible. And it sets the tone for the whole group of children. They all want to be respectful. They all want to persevere. They all want to give their best effort. I can't tell you how wonderful the people at Reichert House have been for our community. I've been an educator here in Gainesville for 12 years, and there's not been a single year where I haven't seen the difference from Reichert House, whether in my classroom or throughout my school or neighborhood.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
I appreciate you, and please consider. Thank you.
Okay, we have a Gainesville number ending in 7737. Caller, if you're there, please give us your name and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. My name is Tarsanisha Phillips. I'm a Latre County school bus driver. I'm also a parent of 3 Riker House young men. I am calling to defend, not unfund, the police department. The Riker House have made a big impact in my life. I have 2 twin sons. They're 21 now. They graduated from the Riker House in 2017. Back in 2007, they lost their father due to gun violence. I had no idea where I was going to turn to. I had no family in Gainesville at all. And someone told me about the Riker House. I put my young men in the Riker House. They were angry. They were upset about what happened to their father. And I really didn't know which way to turn, being that I didn't have family here in Gainesville. My sons gained so much from the Riker House until I can't even begin to tell you how much I appreciate all of the men. Keith Jones, Mr. Alexander, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Cummins, Mr. Hooks. I can go way back, Surveillance. Right now, today, I'm going to have a college graduate, 4 years at a university, 2021, because I know the Riker House helped my boys to get as far as they did. I know they did. They're my village. They're all of our parents out here who kids that go to the Riker House, they're our village. They need more funding. No defunding, more funding. I can take up way more than 3 minutes, but I know I only have 3. But I am asking you to please, my son that's 15 now, he's been going there since he was in elementary. They need the Riker House. This COVID is going around. Some of them are not going to school. The Riker House is there for these kids to get their work. My son made 1 C+, all A's and B's. And I give the Riker House all the props for that. Without the Riker House, a lot of these kids would be turned to the streets. Please don't defund, add more funds to the Riker House. We need the Riker House. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Commission, I'm going to stick around, I think, probably for one more caller, and then I'm going to need to jump off for my other meeting that I must be in. Just let it be known, I do support the motion, and if y'all are still going when my other meeting's finished, I'll check back and potentially be there for a vote. I'm guessing that's probably not going to happen. And I think I am correct, and Commissioner Simmons, you're going to need to jump off as well at 2. Commissioner Simmons has another meeting as well. And so if you see me leave the meeting, Commissioner Ariola will have the chair for the remainder of this meeting. Okay, Willie, keep on going. Thanks.
We have a Fort Pierce caller ending in 0023. Caller, if you're there, please give us your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kunjay. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know how the conversation shifted to speaking about Riker House when there are numerous other organizations and youth intervention organizations that I've personally volunteered with, especially with counseling services. So yeah, I'm definitely calling for a push to defund police and reinstitute funds towards services that promote long-term management and anger management, mental health management for children. I don't really understand where the pivot came, but there's a lot of unsubstantiated claims and a lot of stories that are really beautiful, and I really stand by how the Riker House and services like the Riker House have influenced children. However, there are services like Riker House, right? There are counselors and there are people training to be counselors that are really dying to work in Gainesville with children that do not have the funds and that do not have the support to teach children these long-term skills and management skills. So calling to defund the police has nothing to do with defunding programs that specifically serve children. It's meant to reallocate funds towards services that have long-term helps for not just children, but for their families as well. Dealing with food, dealing with housing. When you have a safe and secure child who has the ability and the space to invest in a safe and secure mind, you're going to have a child that grows up with a great background. I come from a very, very poor background. I come from a very turbulent background, and I've been in plenty of organizations such as Reichert House, and I will stand by the fact that counseling and therapy services from a young age have benefited me more, 100 times over, than any crime prevention program has ever benefited me. So I think that pivoting towards this idea that defunding the police means defunding children, it's the exact opposite. It's adding more funds to services that children can benefit from and continue to benefit from and return to once they leave a community, such as counseling services and long-term mental health counseling services. So thank you. I yield the rest of my time, and I hope that this conversation can get back on track to what we're actually speaking about.
Our next caller, I believe, is Ms. Margaret Harris. It's a 386 number. Ms. Harris, if you're there, please go ahead. We have a 386 number ending in 2984. Okay, we don't seem to have.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You're on the air.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Margaret H. Harris, and I have a grandson who is now 27, who is a graduate of the Reichert House. And I wasn't in on the beginning of the call, so I'm not sure either how things shifted, and neither is that of interest to me right now. All I am interested in right now is getting, hopefully, my point across that if you defund the police department, that then you are going to defund Reichert House, because Reichert House is a part of the police department. So my grandson, who is now 27, came to me in a very turbulent time in his life. And as someone spoke earlier, Reichert House became my village, because my child at the time was already an adult. I didn't have a child in the home for many years. And when I got my grandson, as I said, he had gone through a very turbulent time in his life, or was going through one. And Reichert House became my village. The men that work at Reichert House eat, sleep, and breathe Reichert House. I don't think anybody else could do what they do. Nobody else would get up out of their beds in the middle of the night when one of us parents, grandparents call them and say, I need your help. They get up and come without question. And also, to reiterate something someone said earlier, they don't need to be defunded. They need more funding to do what they do and above what they do. They need to. They teach these guys skills that many parents just don't have the time to teach it. Not because they don't want to teach them, but because they're working, trying to make a living, trying to help, trying to make sure that their children have a roof over their head and food in their stomachs, clothes on their backs. And these guys take the time. They do what they're supposed to do. So I'm not going to take my whole 3 minutes, because all I want to say is don't defund, but give them more money to do the things that are needed to do, so that these young men, young women can become who they need to become in society. Thank you so much.
We have a Gainesville number ending in 5812. Caller, if you're there, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. My name's Andrew Parker. I'm from Gainesville. I think this notion of defunding the police seems a little ridiculous. The fact that these folks are sitting here calling, they should be extremely angry at our commission, because of the fact that they are just simply trying to take the police out of the community. And the community and the police are one and the same. So I don't understand why it's become their agenda to remove them. I think that the notion that the Reichert House doesn't need police in them, well, you're taking the police out of the community and you're ruining that connection that they're having with these kids. The same thing with defunding or demilitarizing police. Last time I checked, words don't stop bullets. Okay, so at the end of the day, when the police have to go out and they have to go in response to these calls where it's a domestic dispute or something like that, or God forbid something at our schools, they need equipment to properly go through that venue. I think that our commission is kind of losing perspective due to a national trend, and I think that they need to go ahead and reassess what they're doing, because at the end of the day, it's going to be a very difficult situation in Gainesville if we continue to get rid of our police officers. I do think that social workers would benefit us to the fact that it provides resources, but at the end of the day, the police are simply there for the criminal acts and the violent crime. Nobody has talked about violent crime. Nobody has made mention of the killings that are happening in Gainesville. Nobody is making mention of the shootings that have occurred in the last 3 days. What is our commission doing? What is their priority? I'd say a good 4 of them simply say, yes, we want to support the police. And then there's a couple of them that completely are opposed to the police for no reason other than it's the social trend. We got people from Hot Springs coming here as activists, and they don't even live in the community. What are they doing? All they're doing is agitating us. People that work here, that live here, that pay taxes here, we support the police. And we're tired of seeing people try to take over our community. I think that we need to continue to support the police, fund the police, give them the money that's necessary, and then we can reassess where we're at. Reform is necessary. But at this point, we have to reevaluate what our priorities are as a commission. Body-worn cameras, they provide us with what's going on. Can't ask for accountability, and then when you get accountability, say you have too much of it. There's not too much of it if you have it. It's one way or the other, Ms. Johnson. Either you have the stuff that you need, you have the video that you need on the people that are interacting with our citizens, because you want to know what's happening in every facet. That's what you're getting. So I think that y'all need to reevaluate your priorities. Think about the violent crimes. Think about the victims. All I hear you all talking about is the jail. Think about the victims, the people that are getting hurt. If you're talking victims of crimes, I agree. But we're talking, these are people that are criminals that are being locked up, and people are sitting here whining that we have a police force
Mayor
that
Pro
is
Tem,
very
that's 3
into the
minutes.
community. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to remind our callers to please direct your comments to the chair. Thank you. Mr. Schooler, our next caller, please.
Yeah, I believe we have Michael Shea on the line, Gainesville member. Mr. Shea, if you're there, please go ahead. We have a Gainesville number ending in 7553. Go ahead, you're on the air.
Hello,
you're there.
Can everybody hear
Yes,
me?
yes, we can.
All right, so basically, I'm probably not going to use all my 3 minutes, but I just want to say that I am a proud alumni of Riker House Youth Academy 2017 class. What I want to say is that I am totally against defunding the police department and programs like the Riker House. Right now, currently, I am at Bethune-Cookman University, which is an HBCU in Daytona, Florida, and I'm gonna say one reason why I'm in college now is just because of Rack House. And I feel like if you defund the police department and Rack House, it kills dreams like that. I would have never in my life thought that I will be able to attend college. I have family members who didn't go to college, who didn't graduate high school. So for me to go to the program, and not as a bad child, but somebody who just needs guidance in their life, to go to Rack House and graduate from high school and go to college because of Rack House helping me and supporting me, I just feel like it would be like a disgrace in Gainesville. And I also want to speak about the police officers in Gainesville, Florida. I would say we have one of the best police departments ever in Gainesville, ever. When I tell you they're always on the scene, they're always on the spot, they're always making sure that they, nice manners, they're there for the kids, hosting events and everything. I just feel like it's crazy to defund them and the programs that's on the side and that's associated with them. So currently I'm at work right now also while I'm in school, and that's all I want to say. But I appreciate everybody that's on this call and that's trying to defend the police department and the Riker House Youth Academy. Thank you all.
Thank you for calling in, Mr. Spiro.
We have a Gainesville number ending in 0816, and right now that's the second to last caller we have standing by. Gainesville caller ending in 0816. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Give us your name.
Hey, my name is Mr. Wayne.
Please go ahead.
How you doing today?
Good.
I'm a native to Gainesville, Florida. Moved down here about 25 years ago. I come from an area that's much different. I come from an urban area where we have a lot of crime, a lot of issues. The one thing I'm gonna say, I don't agree with defunding the police either. I think that you should deal with the problem as it is. If you have bad police officers, then they need to be removed. They should be removed from the police department, and that their certification should be taken away, and they shouldn't be allowed to be police officer anywhere. Right. Deal with the policy. Deal with the people. Don't deal with the budget in this manner. You know, the police I've had encountered with here in Gainesville have been pretty good. As for the sheriff's department as well, and even the Florida Highway Patrol people for this area. That includes Santa Fe and UF. So obviously the leadership here is good. Police were going to follow the leadership if the leadership is not good. Has nothing to do with the money. You know, if you know a police officer has problems with somebody of their color or their ethnicity, then they're in the wrong position, in the wrong job, and they need to be removed. But you don't take away funding for an area that you're always going to need. Policing of people and property. Criminals. Thank you.
Okay, we have a Gainesville number ending in 8018. Caller, give us your name and you have 3 minutes. Go ahead. Hello, caller. A Gainesville number ending in 8018. You're on the air. Okay. We have one additional caller who's been standing by quite a while. It's a Gainesville number ending in 5917. Caller, if you're still there, please go ahead. Well, Mayor Pro Tem, those appear to be the last folks standing by. So I believe that concludes the public comment.
Thank you.
All right, David, and I'm back. My other meeting, apparently their meeting was, they were still in their other meeting before me, so I decided to come back to this one. Okay, so Commissioner Sacco, I saw your hand up. You took it back down? Okay. So we do have a motion on the floor. I want to thank all of our callers for sharing their thoughts with us. Obviously, a broad diversity of views and opinions and different life experiences that informed each one of our callers, which is all very informative and helpful to us as we continue to discuss these issues. But we do have a motion on the floor, and I'm going from memory here, so Adrian, you may need to help remind me. I know one is to look at get a report back from the attorney on a city prosecutor role. What else?
So the first one was to endorse the proposed changes by GP.
Right.
The second one was what you mentioned there, and to also consider as part of the civil citation kind of program, the prosecution. And the third portion was to direct staff to create a policy and come back on the purchasing of military surplus kind of goods and grants for it. It's specifically mentioning weapons and
vehicles. Yeah.
Mayor?
Yeah.
There was also a friendly amendment added by Commissioner Johnson to bring back regular reports of arrests to the commission.
Oh yeah, you want a monthly, basically I'm guessing like a monthly spreadsheet on who's gone to jail based on GPD arrests. Okay.
Oh, there was one more thing that Commissioner Johnson mentioned was a request for a memo on the decision on.
Oh.
I don't really remember the exact wording of it, but do you remember? Or Commissioner Johnson?
I'm here.
Sorry. It was the administration of Reichert House, right?
Yeah.
On how the city manager and chief came to a conclusion on the best administration of the Reichert House program. Right. I remember that now too. Okay. Mr. Feldman?
Mayor, I just wanted to get some clarification on the arrest report. Your previous meeting asked us not to post mugshot because we want to have a situation.
Can everybody mute, please? Can everybody mute that's not speaking? Thanks.
So the commission policy was that you didn't want us to indicate people's potential guilt without giving them a chance to prove innocence. We can certainly furnish the arrest report. Perhaps somehow we can retract the name or something. I just need to know what the commission's desire is on that.
Commissioner Johnson.
That's a good call. Thanks for bringing that up, Lee. Yes, if you can retract the names and any identifying information, that would be fantastic. Thanks for catching that.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Feldman?
No, sir.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you all for a lengthy and fruitive discussion. And thank you to all the work behind the scenes to get such a quick turnaround on this. I think it was definitely the will of the commission to address this as expeditiously as possible. And for folks out there that, that aren't part of the sausage getting made often, this is light speed for government. So I really do appreciate it. It goes recognized and very much appreciated that we were able to do this. And so really just for folks following along, the proof will be in the pudding, which is the budget that gets passed on first and second reading in September. And again, that will include several reductions in sworn officers, increases in social service functions, including mental health professionals on the GFR side, increases for funding for public health, direct public health provision, and several other sort of readjustments to how we serve our neighbors in a more robust and inclusive way. So with that, Madam Clerk, can we please move to a vote?
Sir, Commissioner Saffold. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Mayor Pope.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Simmons absent. And I'm just really quickly, this point of personal privilege, just want to remind ourselves how much greater participation we're able to get with holding these meetings virtually. I can't imagine that there are very, very few issues in my entire tenure that we would have gotten that much participation in person live at City Hall. I'm sort of learning as I move into teaching this semester at Santa Fe, the advantages and disadvantages of teaching via Zoom, which I'm not, I'm teaching in person, but I'm expecting to go to Zoom at some point in the semester. It's not a substitute but there are things that work better in this format, including giving more people an opportunity to use and participate. And you know, we saw that today, and we've seen that in other meetings as well. And it's nice to hear there are lots of people and lots of names that I've never seen at City Hall and never heard speak on issues. And that continues to be a sort of benefit and a silver lining to what we're having to do here. So that was very much appreciated for all the people that called in and shared all of their thoughts with us today. So thank you all. Appreciate the hard work. And we've got several other meetings like this week that we're going to have to keep focused and lower our shoulder into, but I know that it's going to get us in a better place. So with that, we will call this meeting adjourned and see you all very soon. Thanks, everybody.